Needham 1. Roger.
521.
Sorry, need a card for a parking problem.
423.
Yes, that's where I'm gonna 28 on truck when you're ready.
Go ahead.
Line truck, White Lincoln X-ray 985 to come back up past.
Toyota 2000. Patrick Spalding.
10-4. If you just throw a note in something like that, I might not be leaving a note on a vehicle if I can remove it.
Rockingham 505. 505 intercepting Millicent case for Athens, complainant, soon to be ex, slashed her tires and has made threatening comments to her. She's concerned he might return.
10-4, give that to 32.
10-4. You're assigned to a vandalism case in Athens. Can you copy the 505?
10-4. No, 3 and Depot Street. Truck's away at 35.
7435.
10-4.
10-4.
Can you go to 43 again?
143.
You go with that 43 you had. I didn't hear any, but it just looks like we do.
10-4, I just wanted to know if you should be put back 76 to Cabana Circle or to the subject's address.
Yeah, I'll be 23 back on that found property case, and I'll be 76 to the Williams Road address to see if I can find the alert.
10-4. 449-1120.
Now 449-1121, thank you.
10-4.
Code 4. Alert.
Currently at 535.
Yeah, that's a great college.
535.
Should be. Got no environment impact in the house. I'll fly up heavily.
Caller is now been able to close the front door. She's now pounding on the door, trying to get in. No. About 5 foot, about 30 here. About tie-dye shirt on. Number 21, so.
Switches on, here comes the throttle. Circuit breakers in. We have separation. Inboard and outboard, they're on. We're coming forward with the side stick. I've got a blowout. Vapor 3. Introduce to 0. Pitches out again. Hold altitude. Correction. Alpha 4 is off. Flight emergency. Flight call. I can't hold it. She's breaking up. She's breaking.
Questions did you ask her about what had happened and what, if anything, did she say?
I asked her, I said, what the hell happened last night? And because I couldn't understand first how they were together, if they had been arguing earlier in the day. And she told me that they were out, that she dropped him at a party afterwards, didn't feel like going, so dropped him and went back to Canton.
What, if anything, did she say occurred after dropping John Young?
She said she went back to Canton and I think woke up around 4:30 and couldn't find him, and woke up Kaylee to see if Kaylee had heard from him at all.
What, if anything, did she say happened after that?
She said that she went to go out and look, but the roads were bad, so went back and called Kerry and Jen so that they could drive together.
By Kerry, you understood that to mean Kerry Roberts.
Kerry Roberts,
And by Jen, who, if anyone, did you understand that?
Jen McCabe.
Is that someone that you knew or were familiar with at that time?
I had never met Jen.
And what, if anything, did she say happened after that when she went out with Kerry and Jen?
I don't, is it possible to refresh my memory on that?
Without getting into that, just as far as beyond sort of what happened, what, if anything, else did the defendant say to you as far as
She told me that she had to remember the bad times, which struck me as an odd comment to say, but I assumed since she was at the hospital that maybe she was medicated, but it just struck me as something odd.
now, in addition to the having to remember the bad times, what, if anything, else did she say to you at that point during that phone call?
She said, I don't think I'm ever going to see you guys again. And I said, of course you will. We're friends.
Now, following that conversation and that day, did you ever speak with the defendant, Karen Reed, again? What, if any, questions did you ask her about what had happened and what, if anything, did she say?
I asked her, I said, what the hell happened last night? And because I couldn't understand first how they were together, if they had been arguing earlier in the day. And she told me that they were out, that she dropped him at a party afterwards, didn't feel like going, so dropped him and went back to Canton.
What, if anything, did she say occurred after dropping John Young?
She said she went back to Canton and I think woke up around 4:30 and couldn't find him, and woke up Kaylee to see if Kaylee had heard from him at all.
What, if anything, did she say happened after that?
She said that she went to go out and look, but the roads were bad, so went back and called Kerry and Jen so that they could drive together.
By Carrie, you understood that to mean
Carrie Roberts,
And by Jen, who, if anyone, did you understand that?
Jen McCabe.
Is that someone that you knew or were familiar with at that time?
I had never met Jen.
And what, if anything, did she say happened after that when she went out with Carrie and Jen?
I don't, is it possible to refresh my memory on that?
Without getting into that, just as far as beyond sort of what happened, what, if anything else, did the defendant say to you as far as
She told me that she had to remember the bad times, which struck me as an odd comment to say, but I assumed since she was at the hospital that maybe she was medicated, but it just struck me as something odd.
now, in addition to the having to remember the bad times, what, if anything else, did she say to you at that point during that phone call?
She said, I don't think I'm ever going to see you guys again. And I said, of course you will. We're friends.
So good morning, guys. Hi, everybody. As I sift through that long day's testimony yesterday, that was the only thing that really told me anything about the case, really, one way or the other. Oh, that was the biggest thing. Let's put it that way. To me, there's no real explanation for Karen saying that unless she knows they're going to come after her, right? So either she did it or she knows they're going to frame her. It's A or B. It's A or B. There's no other option. Is there? If there's another option, please let me know. People try to suggest on the Free Karen Read people, when I asked this on Twitter, have tried to say, well, you know, she knew that her connection, Karen knew that her connection was through John, so that she wasn't going to see them again. But had Karen not been involved or suspected of being involved in the crime, she would have been at the wake. She would have been at the funeral, right? So she would have seen all of them. And as Erin said here, they expected to be friends even if now they had met because of Karen's relationship with John, but the two of them had become such good friends that they agreed they would remain friends even if Karen and John broke up. So this was the most powerful moment when it comes to evidentiary value of this case yesterday to me. Now, we had seen this testimony before in writing. I forget if it was in one of the documents, maybe the charging document. But to see it was really 1,000 times more powerful, because look at even where I've locked the screen here, the emotion on Erin's face. This obviously really, really hurt her losing John, but it hurt her losing her friend Karen. This is a very painful memory for her, which tells us that they were very close and they did both anticipate being friends regardless of Karen's relationship with John. But that became impossible once Karen was charged with the crime. But how could Karen know at 1 p.m. that she's on her way home to Dighton? She's in the car. How could she know? You know? Sorry, just checking messages. This is going to be one of those days where there's a lot of messaging going on at the same time. Oh, Kate's in jury duty. I had to reschedule mine. I'm just going to reply to her. So, again, that is powerful. This, I can't think of any innocent explanation. for why Karen would say that. Because there's no way that she could have known that at that, let's just assume there's a conspiracy, as the defense is saying, and they were framing her. There's no way she could have known that at 1 o'clock. She didn't know that. I mean, the defense is saying that they didn't tamper with the tail light until the garage. So that would be 4 hours later. So if there's this conspiracy that's being organized to frame Karen, it's still underway. It hasn't really even done anything yet. So Karen couldn't have known about it. So why would she think? Why would she think that she's never going to see these people again? It really is the most powerful thing to come out of yesterday. The second most powerful thing for me was the dash cam video from Officer Saraf as he's driving to the scene. And it really was, you could see how hard it was to detect. Even we know what's at the scene. We know John's lying there, and we know that Karen, Jen, and Kerry are there. We know this in hindsight. So as we're watching, we're looking for them, and we know where they are. We know where the house is, roughly, right? We know they're going to be coming up upon it on the left. And it's almost they emerge only at the last moment. And now part of it's the snow, and it was snowing harder at that point, but part of it is that there's just no light there. And that's despite the fact that about a block or two away, as Saraf is looking for these women, he puts on his spotlight. And he knows what side of the road it's on. So he's going up the road with the spotlight on, and we still don't see them. So it never meant that much to me, the fact that Karen spotted John when Kerry and Jen couldn't. But it becomes more meaningful now after seeing that dash cam video. It becomes a lot more meaningful. And it also makes it a lot more understandable, although I never personally had a problem with this, but it makes it understandable why other people at night didn't see John if they walked or drove by. He blended in very well with the scenery right there, and he's not moving. So it would have been very difficult to spot him. So let's see if we're getting. Just checking to make sure it's not. Time to go on. Looks like they're not quite up yet. Busy day already. Been on the phone with Court TV. They were under an impression, not for me, that I was a lawyer. And so I had been scheduled to go on at 9 tonight and tomorrow. Now, I thought it was odd, like, why am I going on with the lawyers? But so now Vinny doesn't want me on at that time slot if I'm not a lawyer. So it looks like they may reschedule me to 8 o'clock, the 8 o'clock slot. So we'll see. I mean, part of that depends on who they get for a lawyer. I recommended Kevin J. Mahoney to them, so maybe they'll work that out. Now, Kevin J. Mahoney is coming on with me at 7 o'clock. So, but I told them that he's the best, and he's done 2 excellent articles already on this case. And they are looking for someone that leans more on the prosecution side. Funny thing, she asked me, who is this Lauren De Laguna? How about her? And I said, no, she's not really a lawyer, and is definitely not from the prosecution side, and I don't know if she can speak without having the questions prepared for her ahead of time by Turtle Boy. But so I said, no, I don't think that would work. That's not what you're looking for. So I'm keeping my eye on the channels to make sure the hearing doesn't start. It's not 9 o'clock yet, so they'll probably go pretty close to on time here, though. But yesterday, so I did subscribe to Law and that site on Law and Crime on YouTube, but the audio is terrible. So you guys here very wisely sent me in the direction of NECN. Oh, okay, it's coming on now. Good. So we'll get it in for you. Okay, here we go. So if something happens and you lose me, this is on NECN. Jen Coffindaffer will be on at some point today. I'm not sure what her schedule is. I think she'll be on a lot like yesterday. Kate is in jury duty right now, so she'll be on when she gets out. Hopefully for her, it's one of those days where you don't actually get selected. I myself was also scheduled for jury duty, I think on the 12th, but I got it rescheduled until September. And I didn't have to give them a reason. So don't think I said I lied to them or something. But I also did, if I needed it, I had a legitimate medical reason too. But I will be doing my duty on jury duty for in September. And that will be in Lawrence, Massachusetts. So maybe there'll be some good crimes. So you're saying it's not coverage till 10, but I have it on right now, and it looks like they're getting ready to go for something. So I don't know. Now today's a half day too, right? Stephanie says it's not starting till 10. Steph, what do you? I don't know. They seem to be coming on soon once they go to the sailing fin. So I think maybe they will be starting a little after 9. This is on I'm streaming this from NECN. So if you lose my feed, I'm sure there's plenty of other YouTube channels streaming this, but NECN seems to be a good place to go. I went and subscribed to Law and Crime because they were covering it too, but the audio was terrible for some reason. I don't know why there's different audios. You'd think it'd be just one mic system that everybody's accessing. Cough drops in the morning, allergies. I get that stuff going on. There were times watching Lally yesterday where I felt like it was an episode of Yellow Cottage Tales a year ago when I was first trying to figure out the technology. I still have issues like that sometimes. Like you touch the mic and it comes, and all you have to do is touch it, and all of a sudden it can come disconnected. But learning the technology, learning about audio and stuff like that last year, there was more problems, feedback issues and stuff like that. They just felt unprepared to me. That's a big deal. So, and to a degree, we can blame the court, right? But Yannetti figured those things out. So Lally didn't understand that all those tapping and kicking and things that he was doing on the podium, that mic is set to a high gain because it's far from his mouth. They really should have had a lapel mic. And there's Tom Fleming, our manager here, uses a really good lapel mic system. It is wireless, so I don't know if that would be a security issue for the court. But I think it was like $150. It came with 2 of them. Outstanding quality, the audio quality. But now when you have it on the lapel, that means it's not set with this gain that you need to set it at if something that's further away from your mouth. And when you set that gain, it picks up every noise in the room. So if Judge Canoni farts, it's going to pick it up. And Yannetti seemed to understand that. And he kept his movements to a minimum. Lally had no idea. So he's kicking the podium, he's tapping it. And all that noise on a bad audio was really making it even harder to hear what he was saying. Plus, he's not very clear anyways. So the difficulty in hearing him, he looks away at different points and stuff like that. He doesn't address the jury directly. All that stuff should have been practiced beforehand. I don't really understand why it wasn't. I don't get it. I mean, but that's important. And they have to figure that out by the closing. Because honestly, I think a good percentage of what Lally said, the jury tuned out because they fell asleep halfway through. And that's bad. If you're falling asleep at the beginning of the trial, oh my God. And I was getting messages from a lot of people that are in the media and stuff like that saying, this is awful. We can't stay awake. And you might say it's not his job to keep people awake. He's supposed to lay out the case. No, it's his job. It's every speaker's job to keep the audience paying attention. That's the goal of speaking. And so this is performative. It has nothing to do with the facts of the case. The foundational, nothing changed. No new information came out yesterday that made it more likely that Karen was innocent. Nothing. There was no bombshells yesterday from the defense side. And though Yanetti's performance was 1,000 times better, more effective, it also comes with a heavy risk because so much of what he said is easily dismissed and refuted by the evidence and will be in the trial. So will the jury remember that? I was kind of shocked that he went so far as to call Jen McCabe a liar. Are you going to do that now when you put her on the stand? Are you going to grill her? Are you going to grill this woman and call her a sociopath and say that she was plotting the murder of her friend? Is that what they're going to do? And if they don't do that, what does the jury say? Is the jury going to forget that Yannetti said that this person was a liar and a schemer? Is the jury just going to forget that? I don't think so. That's pretty powerful stuff. The jury's not going to forget the claim about 227 and deletions and stuff like that. So, I mean, I really, sorry, I'm not just, oh, Lavish is talking about strobe lights and brain malfunction, grand mal seizures. We've had dogs that have had seizures. I've never seen a human being have a seizure. That must be pretty scary. But yeah, I mean, to go out there and try to make a whole bunch of so Yannetti claimed that John was beat up. What was the other word he said he used? Wasn't set up. This summer, Alan Jackson had said on 2020 that John was set up. He had a different way of putting it. Find this. Ambushed. So Yannetti said that John was ambushed. And then he said, they may not have meant to kill him, but they ambushed. So this was premeditated. Yannetti is telling the jury that the attack on John was premeditated. I know I predicted that Yannetti was going to paint a picture of the third party culprit without actually mentioning a third party culprit. But I thought that really crossed the line. I knew that they were going to allow stuff that's been fully developed, such as 227, the Rich Green data. In fact, I thought they were going to talk about the stairs and stuff like that. I knew they were going to go into the arm. I predicted that before the show yesterday. But to go as far as to say that John was ambushed, that's not in the evidence anywhere. To say that maybe they didn't mean to kill him, none of that's in the evidence. So I really don't understand why he was allowed to say that. But one of Boston's finest defense attorneys, Kevin J. Mahoney, is coming on my show tonight at 7:00. And Kevin explained to me on the phone last night that the judge is going to be reluctant to stop Yannetti while in the middle of doing his opening arguments like that. So they know they can really push the line a little bit. However, she may take him aside in sidebar and say no more shenanigans like that. So, but I don't know what is the repercussions of that for the trial. Because once the cat's out of the bag, it's out of the bag. What can she do? It's not like she can throw a flag and penalize him 15 yards. So I don't know. I'm sure Yannetti and Alan Jackson discussed that beforehand. But I mean, to actually go as far as to say that John was ambushed, and there's no evidence for that. There's no evidence he went in the house. But even if you want to use the stair climbing thing to suggest that he did go in the house, even though that's going to be fully debunked, but at least for the purposes of the defense, they could introduce that because they do have data on that. However, they certainly have no evidence at all, no motive or nothing to suggest why anybody would be planning to attack John in the house. And it's absurd. So, because why would you attack somebody? Why would you plan to bring someone to your house where your 23-year-old son is? Okay, where his friends are, where they're because he's having a birthday party. So there's young women, Sarah Levinson, Julie Nagel, where your daughter, Caitlin. Now she had left by this time, but he couldn't not long before that, so he couldn't have known that. So you're planning to your ambush plan is to bring this guy to your house to do that? You can't come up with a better plan. Brian Albert's an elite cop. He can't come up with a better way to ambush this guy except to bring him back to his house. That's crazy. That's crazy. But the question is the challenge here is that because Yannetti and Alan Jackson are light years more effective at telling a story than Lally, they can make the crazy seem plausible. And Lally, because of his limitations, is going to have a hard time refuting it. I don't know. Somebody mentioned on the channel here that they need to get someone else to do the closing instead of Lally. It's too late. I mean, McLaughlin, I guess, is really, really talented, the assistant DA there. And I've noted in the past that in the motions, the writing in the defense side is really, really good. Some of the motions, like the writing is almost literary. It's but not literary in a flowery way, literary just in effective way. And I noticed that, and I was talking about that with someone else. I said, "Who prepares these? The writing's really good." And the person told me they think it's McLaughlin, but McLaughlin is too young and too nervous to go before the judge and do closing arguments. But still, even I don't know who wrote yesterday, because whoever wrote Lally's prepared remarks yesterday, I didn't find that good either. I found it to be very ineffective in the way they chose to present it. I had a problem with it. So again, I'm not a lawyer, right? So there may sometimes be reasons for doing things a certain way that I don't know. So that's fine. But it's hard for me to but I can't imagine them. Like, what advantage is there to starting the game down 14-0 at the end of the first quarter? That can't be your plan. Your football strategy plan can't be, all right, here's our strategy. We're going to go out and we're going to intentionally be down 14-0 at the end of the first quarter. And then we got them right where we want them. No, it doesn't work that way. So I don't accept the idea that Lally intentionally went out there and told this scattered story. I mean, so people are, like Jen Coffindaffer did an outstanding job yesterday. I thought she really crushed it. But this is one area that I maybe didn't quite agree with her, was that what they were doing was just laying out the roadmap. Well, the jury doesn't need to know the roadmap. You have to know the roadmap, and you just like in a football game. Nobody needs to know the game plan except your team. The referees don't need to know it. The audience doesn't need to know it. The fans don't need to know it. The other team certainly doesn't need to know it. So I don't really understand why you want to do roadmap this. I understand the idea is, all right, we're telling the jury we're going to do X, Y, Z before you do it. But there's a way to do that that's effective, and that's called narrative. You build a story, and you don't put in things in the story that you don't need because they become distracting. Yes, those things may come out later as part of your game. So that's your roadmap, but you don't need to put them in now. You need to focus on the important things. You also know, like, yes, the prosecution's going first. They had to anticipate, and they did anticipate, that the defense was going to say that John went inside the house. And the reason we know that, because they did talk about the witnesses, all saying that they never saw John in the house. There's no reason to bring that up unless you know the defense is going there. So now, I don't think they would have had to, in their opening, rebut everything like dog attacks and stuff like that. But you had to go out there and say the physical evidence indisputably at many levels connects Karen's vehicle to this crime scene. and that there was no opportunity to tamper with that evidence or to plant it, and to expect that a single corrupt or even two corrupt troopers could not accomplish that. It would require a much higher level of conspiracy to make that happen. And I don't see why you couldn't have told that to the jury and just give the jury some kind of a heads up about what they expect to come. I mean, you remember even in A Few Good Men, granted, this is a movie, but when the prosecution, which was Kevin Bacon, he tells the jury, well, you may see some wild stories about code reds or something like. I don't think he used the code red in that scene, but he said, you may see some wild stories here. He's telling the jury, give them a heads up. Okay, you're going to hear some crazy stuff from the other side. Why didn't Lally do that? Because we heard a lot of crazy stuff from the other side. And it seemed to, for the jury, if you hadn't been paying attention to this case, it seemed to come out of left field. For us, we know better. But for the jury, they didn't. Jill, I'm seeing your name in chat. I just want to say, Jill, I got a message from Judy. I don't know if there was a document you're looking for. I forget. I get so many messages. I always respond to Judy's, but it's been a very busy day. So you can email me directly too at leitskev, LEITSKEV @gmail.com if there was a document or something that you're looking for. I appreciate it. Jules, please no caps. I understand it's a movie. As I said, it's a movie, but there are parts of this that still apply. You have to build a narrative and pitch a narrative to the jury. A narrative means you have a beginning, a middle, and end. You tell a story. Now, look, I understand there are technical aspects of it too. There are things that you also have to get in there. So I'm not saying there isn't going to be a little bit of tedium involved. But at the end of the day, you tell a narrative. That's what Yannetti did. So Yannetti came right out and he said, ladies and gentlemen, my client was framed. And then he says, good morning. Actually, the way he said it was my client was Karen Reed. He said Karen Reed was framed. And then he said, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. That's how you do a narrative. You got the hook right there. And as if you watch any good movie, and because this applies to trials too. It's a mistake to think that it doesn't apply to trial. The reason it works in movies or in novels or in short stories is because these same narrative techniques also apply to anything. If you're a magician, a good magic act is storytelling. You create some anticipation and then you satisfy that anticipation. A comedian does the same exact thing. A lawyer does the same thing in his opening arguments. You build some anticipation as to what's going to happen. You create that anticipation. And Yannetti did that. He came out and he said, Karen Reed was framed. I mean, that would make every juror who, and they were all half asleep from Lally, all of a sudden straighten up in their chair and go, whoa. And then after that, he said, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. That's how you tell a story. That's the difference between $1 million lawyer and $1 million team and a state team. But there's no reason he couldn't have done that. You don't expect him to have the same performance level as somebody like an Alan Jackson or David Yannetti. But there's no reason he couldn't have had a better scripted plan. And as Jen said yesterday, go up and show some passion. Talk like you believe that Karen Reed is guilty. That's what you're prosecuting here. He didn't do that. So it was very troubling. Now, that doesn't mean it has no effect on what happened here. It has no effect on the case. The case is going to come down to the evidence. And the state has hopefully carefully outlined all of the evidence. And so they do have a game plan. And so it's going to be a little bit difficult. I've said before this, a lot of people don't understand that this is where a difference between a movie and a real trial is that a movie is only 2 hours. So everything is designed for impact and to keep the stories flowing. A trial takes, in this case, 6-7 weeks. And it's it's not, it's got to be painstaking. There's sidebars, and so you're going to have to get a lot of information as you're trying to get the jury to meet each one of these witnesses and get a sense of who they are in order to establish their credibility. So that's something that is going to take a lot longer, and it is harder for us in the public to watch, or for a jury too. I've been on juries. It can be very tedious to watch that stuff, and it's unavoidable. Some of that is, a lot of that is going to be there. But they did a good job yesterday. Paul was an outstanding witness. Came across as very articulate, and obviously moved by the things that have happened to him, losing his sister, his brother, um, in shocking ways. It was also clear that he cared about Karen. He liked Karen. The parents liked Karen, both of them. Also, Erin's testimony was the same way. That's Paul's wife. She very much likes Karen. And that's important because it shows they didn't have some animosity. So there's no, like, if they had some animosity and then the police come and say, we think Karen did it, they'll be quicker to seize on that, right? Because they'll say, all right, we don't like this person, so it's easier for us to believe that she killed our son and our brother. But that wasn't the case. They liked Karen. So they've been hurt not only by the loss of John, but by seemingly to someone that they liked and cared about. So that makes it more powerful. That makes it more believable. Now, what evidence did Paul have? Well, the main thing is, and I'm not even sure, they didn't really develop this too much, but Karen called up Paul and said, I want to come see the kids. Can I do that? So he said, of course. He had no reason not to. But when she got there, she only spent a half hour in the house. She spent 10 to 15 minutes up in the bedroom getting her stuff together and maybe deleting Ring videos. We'll see. But she didn't really spend any time with the kids. And I know from other people talking to Paul, that was maybe the first thing that they thought was suspicious, because she, particularly John's nephew, was really distraught and she didn't seem to care. She was cold about it, very cool. So that was kind of now that may not be of evidentiary value to you or to me, or, but for them, that was the turning point. That was when they began to that was when they began to suspect something was wrong here with what went on with Karen. So, well, I guess I'm gonna have to bring this till 10. Damn. I thought they actually really were coming on at 9. Hopefully they'll come on soon, because I'm still half asleep from yesterday. I had 2 shows and I'm on the phone continuously related to this case. Woken up early by phone calls this morning, but I'm a coffee guy. I am someone that really has to get 2 cups of coffee in before my brain becomes unglued. I have a little bit of supplement here that this is nothing. I take a lot of supplements that my own personal research has given me some inclination that they might help me fight cancer, but who knows? So I've been taking these supplements I've got about 13 or 14 different things that I take. I don't take all of them every day, but because it's too expensive to do that. But I've been taking a lot of these things I didn't, I started taking stuff over 5 years ago when I was diagnosed. But then over time I added to it. But the current regime of stuff that I'm on has been the same for about 3 or 4 years. So maybe it helps. Who knows? I do take several different mushroom extracts, Isabella. So there's different types of mushrooms that are in them. I don't remember which ones. So I do believe there's potentially something really powerful in mushrooms, but there's different types of mushrooms, and it's really hard to know. The body chemistry, the molecular biology of the body is so complicated, and I think is going to help us figure out a lot of that stuff. But really, it won't be until we have some kind of decent quantum computer combined with AI that they'll really get. And I don't know how close quantum computers are. They might be at least a decade away. They're coming online now with a little bit, but they're very limited in what they can do right now. because the complications that are the calculations that are necessary to calculate, sorry, for something they're just, even to the extent that they studied it, it's all messaging that goes on, you know, from A to B to C to D, all the way through, getting across cell membranes and creating and moving proteins. It's extremely complicated. In fact, the targeted medicine that I'm on is called a tyrosine inhibitor. I may not have pronounced that right because I only read it. And I think it interferes or slows down the production of a certain type of enzyme that is crucial for my particular type of cancer to grow. And so it's kept my cancer stable for 5.5 years, which is pretty miraculous, and I am very grateful. So, all right, so let's get back to the case. Kevin, apparently there was a serious accident where the courthouse is. Oh, yeah, I did hear there was a delay, so that might be delaying this. Yeah, the jurors, what might be delaying coming in. Oh, all right, interesting. So, again, as I was telling people earlier, for people that are just getting here now, so tonight I will go on at 6:30 from a hotel room in Dedham and recap the case. I want to recap the case every day at 7. And the idea is to make it a brief show. So half hour to an hour that just recaps things. Oh, looks like getting some audio, so they must be getting close. But tonight I have a special guest, Kevin J. Mahoney, on. Now, he was in court in Dedham yesterday himself, though not connected to this case. But he knows the judge, he knows all the lawyers involved, he knows Janetti, and he's written some excellent articles on the Karen Reed case. So I'm pretty excited to have him on. Then I'll be on Court TV either at 8 or at 9. It looks like they're moving me to 8 now. So something like that. When I never lied to them. When they found out, they thought I was a lawyer. They were under the false impression. So when they found out I wasn't a lawyer, they may not want me on at 9. Because, okay.
Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, 22117.
Okay, good morning again, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. I appreciate everybody's commute today. Took everyone, I'm sure, a lot longer than we all anticipated. But we thank you for being so thoughtful. I do have to ask you those same 3 questions. Was everyone able to follow the instruction and refrain from discussing this case with anyone yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instruction and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no or shook their heads. All right, thank you very much. Could we have Officer Saraf, please? Morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Gentlemen, you're still under oath.
Yes, sure. All right, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Officer Saraf. Good morning. Is there anything that you would like to change or amend or modify about your testimony yesterday that you thought about overnight?
No.
Did you discuss your testimony with any person between the time you got off the stand yesterday and coming back to the courtroom?
No.
Officer Saraf, I want to ask you a question about, or a couple of questions about something called a dispatch log. You know what a dispatch log is?
Yes.
What is a dispatch log? Can you describe for the jurors?
Just notes saying what time calls come in and sometimes a short synopsis of what happened on the call.
It's an official document generated by the Canton Police Department, correct?
That's correct.
And it's kept in the ordinary course of business?
Yes.
It's created at or near the time of the event that it's recording,
Yes.
and it's supposed to be accurate.
Yes.
Is that yes?
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
And in fact, what it has is the dispatch details of the event that's in question. Whatever officers show up, what time they show up, the order in which they show up, the location to which they're dispatched, things of that nature, correct?
Yes.
Have you looked at the dispatch log in this case?
No, I have not.
May I approach you on it?
Yes.
This has been pre-marked as Exhibit 27. Take a glance at that and tell me if you recognize that document.
Yes, sir.
How do you recognize it?
It looks like the log in question.
Oh, okay, so that's the dispatch log for what date?
The 29th.
Do you see your name somewhere on that dispatch log?
Yes.
To the right, one of the three officers that was called to the scene.
Yes.
And that looks like the dispatch log for the call out that you were testifying about yesterday. Is that right?
That's correct.
May I approach you on it?
Yes.
May I publish this as we
Yes.
discuss it? That is really small font. May I approach one more time?
Yes.
Yeah.
This is not an eye contest.
That I would not.
I exam, I should say. Oh, look at that. The magic of technology. All right. You can either look up on the screen or look at the dispatch log that's in front of you. I'll try to look at the one on the screen, but my eyes aren't that great either. If you look to the right, there appear to be 3 entries for the dispatch of the officers that were on the scene about which you testified yesterday, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, it has this dispatch log shows that you and then Officer Meany and then Sergeant Good all arrived to 32 Fairview that morning within 7 seconds of each other, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
It actually has Officer Meany arriving first at 6:09:26. You see that?
Yes.
And you see that it also has 3 seconds later at 6:09:29, you arriving. Is that right?
6:29 it says. Excuse me, it's 6:09, yes.
6:09 and 29 seconds.
Yes, I'm sorry, yep.
That's okay. And then it has Sergeant Good arriving 4 seconds after you at 6:09 and 33 seconds, correct?
Sure, yep.
So all 3 of you, according to the official document generated by Canton Police Department for this event, has Officer Meany arriving first, you arriving second, Sergeant Good arriving third, all within 7 seconds of each other, correct?
Correct.
That is completely false, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, you've looked at your dispatch, your dash cam, correct? And clearly, we saw it yesterday. You arrive and there's nobody else on scene.
Correct.
That was at about 6:10 a.m. that you arrived, correct?
About that, yes.
And then Officer Meany actually arrives after you about 6:11 a.m. Is that right?
Yes.
And Sergeant Good does not arrive, according to your own dash cam, until about 6:16, a little after 6:15.
Yep.
All right. So right off the bat, the official Canton Police Department dispatch log, one of the first documents generated in any investigative event, that's completely wrong, right?
The times are, yes.
Well, the times and the orders, right? I mean, not only did Officer Meany not arrive first, you arrived first.
That's
and
correct.
then he arrived.
Sure,
So that's 2 things that are wrong about just that, correct?
sure.
And then it has Sergeant Good arriving 4 seconds after you, which is also incorrect.
Yep.
He didn't arrive until about 6 or 7 minutes after you, right?
Sure.
All right. Have you reviewed this document in the past?
Yeah? No,
You've never seen the dispatch log?
No.
Did you ever seek to make sure that the dispatch log that's so important and so vital in an investigation was actually accurate before it was turned over to the defense, for instance?
no, I didn't.
All right. But without that dispatch log, without your dash cam, we would be relying on your dispatch log to be true and accurate. Is that right?
Other than what I'm saying that would happen, correct.
And do you think it's accurate otherwise?
Yes.
Yeah.
Not in order, no, it's not. Not in order, no.
Other than
In
the
time.
order and the time that the officer's responding, is it correct in all other respects in your mind?
Can you rephrase,
Sure.
say it one more time?
Let's take away the order and the time that the officers responded. Ignore that.
Mhm.
Is the dispatch log otherwise accurate?
Yes.
Take a look at the left-hand column where it's highlighted in green. What's that address?
Highlighting green?
On the screen, it's highlighted.
I'm sorry.
I'm like, I didn't see anything.
I don't have the document.
That's okay. It says 32 Fairview.
Did you arrive to 32 Fairview Road?
No,
You arrived to 34 Fairview Road,
that's correct. Yep,
So that even the location on the dispatch log is faulty, is that right?
sure, yep.
May I approach you on it?
Yes.
Yep.
You testified at a grand jury in April of 2022, correct?
I did.
At that grand jury, do you remember telling the grand jurors what address you actually responded to?
The lights, please.
Don't recall. Probably what I said in the grand
To
jury.
refresh your recollection, if you took a quick glance
Sure.
at a copy of your grand jury testimony. May I approach you on it?
Yes.
Thank you.
Officer Sheriff, I've done you the favor of highlighting a page on page 9. Where did you indicate to the grand jurors that you actually arrived?
It says 35 Fairview.
I know what it says. I'm asking if it refreshes your recollection that you actually testified under oath that you responded to 35 Fairview Road.
Yes.
And that is incorrect as well, isn't it?
Yes.
May I approach you on it?
Yes.
Have you reviewed any of the other officers' reports that relate to your dispatch out to the location that you've been testifying to?
No, I did not.
Did you ever review Sergeant Good's report?
No.
Are you aware that have you ever discussed with Sergeant Good that he wrote in his official report that you responded to 32 Fairview Road?
No.
And of course, we just talked about the fact that the dispatch log lists 32 Fairview Road and not 34 Fairview Road, correct?
Correct.
So none of the initial police reports, not the dispatch log, not your police report, apparently not Sergeant Good's, list 34 Fairview Road as the actual location where you responded that morning, correct?
As far as I know, yes. Yes, sir.
Was there an effort on your part or anybody else's, to your knowledge, to mask the actual address of Brian Albert's house as 34 Fairview Road?
No.
All those were just mistakes,
Yes.
over and over and over.
Yes.
When you made contact with the victim and the women that you described yesterday, did you see any evidence that any of the women had been engaged in life-saving measures?
Yes.
What did you see?
It appeared that Karen Reed was doing mouth-to-mouth on John O'Keefe.
You saw, I don't want to get too graphic, but you saw blood on her face?
Yes, I did.
You saw blood on his face?
That's correct.
You saw blood in her hair?
No, I didn't see anything.
You didn't notice that?
No, I didn't notice that.
Okay. But certainly blood on her face from having engaged in some sort of CPR activity?
Yes,
Mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, you said?
it looked like it, yes.
Okay. You also saw Carrie Roberts seemingly assisting with chest compressions. Is that right?
I'm asking a question.
Sorry?
Objection? There's just no question.
No, he can ask it. The question hasn't been asked yet. Finish the question.
Thank you, Your Honor. Did you also see Carrie Roberts seemingly assisting in chest compressions?
I don't remember who exactly it was, but it appeared that somebody was doing
What about
purchase.
the third woman, Jennifer McCabe?
They were all around the body.
Did you see Jennifer McCabe ever engage with John O'Keefe as he lay on the ground and assist in any life-saving measures? Did you witness that?
I don't recall.
But you do recall my client engaged.
Yes.
Isn't it true that Jennifer McCabe pulled you aside while my client and Carrie Roberts stayed with John O'Keefe and began engaging you in a conversation.
Yes,
And she was providing some sort of a narrative to you, correct?
correct.
While the other two women are trying to save John O'Keefe's life, she's talking to you.
For brief seconds, I would say.
For brief seconds?
Yes.
You saw the dash cam video. Was those several minutes on the dash cam video where she's standing and having a conversation with you? Are those the brief seconds?
I don't know what time frame you're talking about.
Right after you got there.
Right after I got there.
Correct. Did you ever see Jennifer McCabe do anything physically to help John O'Keefe?
No, I didn't see anything.
Did Jennifer McCabe offer to you during that brief seconds that you described, this narrative that she was having, this conversation she was having with you, did she ever offer the fact that she was standing in front of her sister's house?
No.
Did she ever offer the fact that her brother-in-law, who lives in the house, is a first responder?
Objection.
Sustained.
Were you apprised at any time while you were out there that the homeowner was a first responder?
Objection.
Sustained.
Based on your observations between Karen Reed and Jennifer McCabe, which one of those women appeared to be more focused on trying to save John's life in the moment?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Can you repeat the question, sir?
Between Karen Reed and Jennifer McCabe, which one of those two women, based on your observations, appeared to you to be more focused on physically trying to save John O'Keefe's life in the moment?
At that point, it was Karen Reed.
You would agree with me, Officer Saraf, that in any investigation, details matter, accuracy matters, correct?
Sure.
Reports are written in police investigations in order to memorialize observations, things heard, seen, experienced by the officers, correct?
Yes.
And generally speaking, you're trained to write those reports and memorialize those observations as quickly as possible so that things are fresh in your memory.
Correct.
You don't write a report about an incident that you respond to today, 2 years from now.
No.
As a matter of fact, you're trained exactly the opposite. When you respond to a scene, it's somewhat important. You need to get it down on paper as quickly as possible for detail and accuracy, right?
Yes.
You did, in fact, write a report, a supplemental report for this investigation where you laid out your observations of that morning, correct?
That's correct.
These are called incident reports, correct?
Yes.
I'm holding what appears to be a multi-page document that is entitled an incident report. May I approach?
Yes.
Take a look at the tabbed page.
Mhm.
And tell me if you recognize what's on that page.
I'm sorry.
Do you recognize that? All I'm asking you is, you
yes.
recognize that as your report?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay.
Sorry.
Did you write that?
Yes, sir.
When did you write that?
I believe the morning of.
So that would be January 29th,
That's correct.
a little bit later in the morning after you left the scene.
Yes.
And you were reflecting back on what had just happened minutes or hours before, correct?
Yep.
And you were trying to be as truthful as possible, correct?
Yes.
You were trying to be as accurate as possible,
Yes.
as comprehensive as possible,
Yes.
and as thorough as possible.
Yes.
You wrote in that report, quote, Karen Reed kept screaming, "Is he dead? Is he dead?" She was severely distraught and not able to tell me what happened. Correct?
That's correct.
May I approach?
Yes.
There was no limit to the amount of words that you could put on the page, correct?
No.
Matter of fact, there's a ton of white space. It's left unutilized, right?
That's correct.
You could have taken as much time as you wanted to in writing this report. Is that right?
Sure.
And it was, is that yes?
Yes.
There was no reason to abbreviate anything. Is that right?
No.
And you tried to be as accurate as you possibly could in that moment
Yes.
and put everything down in that report that reflected what you experienced, what you observed, and what you heard that morning, correct?
Yes.
And the only statement you attribute to my client on that morning, just hours after the incident or minutes after the incident, was she kept repeating, "Is he dead?" Correct?
Yes.
You were interviewed by Michael Proctor the next day, weren't you?
I don't know what day it was, but.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at the report?
Sure.
May I approach you on it?
Yes.
Take a look at that report that's dated March 15, but reflects an interview on January 30, and then tell me if you recognize it.
Looks like his report.
Okay, that's that's Trooper Proctor's report of an interview that he did with you, correct?
Yes.
And if you look on the second page, a paragraph about what you stated to Trooper Proctor.
That's highlighted? Is
I
that?
highlighted it for you, yes.
Yes.
Okay. Did you tell Trooper Proctor, let me withdraw that, ask it a different way. Were you trying to be as thorough and comprehensive with Trooper Proctor as you were in your own report?
Yes.
You weren't holding anything back in that interview, correct?
No.
You wanted to be as truthful and as honest as you possibly could?
Yep.
And as comprehensive as you possibly could, correct?
Yes.
You told Trooper Proctor that you could, quote, hear Karen Reed continually state, "Is he dead?" as the paramedics treated the victim. Officer Saraf then seen Karen inside her friend's vehicle, correct?
Correct.
So the only statement you attributed to my client the day after this incident was those three words, "Is he dead?" that she continually repeated. Is that right?
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
In the two times that you were asked to reflect back on exactly what happened that morning, on January 29th and January 30th, both times you attributed only three words to my client having been repeated continually in her distraught state. "Is he dead?" Right?
Yes.
And she wasn't saying that calmly, I'm assuming.
No.
Matter of fact, you used the word she was severely distraught. Is that right?
That's correct.
When you say severely distraught, we saw part of that on your dash cam. She was emotional,
Yes.
upset,
Yes.
focused on John,
Yes.
trying to save his life,
Yes.
and asking, what was the question that she asked?
Is he dead?
Over and over and over, correct?
Correct.
Then you were asked to testify in April of 2022, April 14th of 2022, at a state-run grand jury by the Commonwealth.
Yes.
Matter of fact, Mr. Lally was the fine prosecutor who was asking you the questions, correct?
Yes.
Between the time you wrote your report on January 29th and you gave a statement officially on January 30th, between that time and when you testified in April of 2022, do you have any meetings with anybody from the Massachusetts State Police?
No.
Do you have any meetings with Mr. Lally?
No.
Did Mr. Lally put you on the stand without talking to you first?
No. For this trial?
Nope. I'm just, the dates in question are up to April 14th, 2022, at grand jury.
I don't recall.
You don't recall if you met with either Mr. Lally or any of his contemporaries to discuss your potential testimony?
Not. I don't recall meeting with him for that. No. One time I met with him in his office was a couple of weeks ago with this.
In preparation for this testimony?
Correct.
But your testimony now is that he didn't meet with you or you did not connect with him to discuss your testimony before the April grand jury?
I don't recall.
When you did testify in that grand jury, you changed your story, didn't you?
No.
You believe you testified completely consistently at that grand jury as you had in your report?
I testified for what I remember what happened, sir.
I see. Was your memory better in April than it was minutes or hours after the event?
Was it better?
Was it better or worse?
I don't know. I don't know.
Do you think your memory gets better as time goes on?
Not usually, no.
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 Usually it's the opposite, isn't it?
Yes.
Memories get foggy, they fade.
Yes.
Which is why you write reports the day of the incident, if you can, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember what you testified to at the grand jury in April of 2022?
The whole thing?
No,
Oh,
sorry, that was a bad question on my part. Just as it relates to statements attributed to my client,
Yes.
what was your exact testimony in April of 2022?
I'd have to look at my.
Would it refresh your recollection if you saw a copy of your
Sure.
grand jury transcript? May I approach?
Yes.
Look at page 18. Let me know once you remember it, once you review that and tell me if that refreshes your recollection.
Yes, it does.
In fact, on April 14th, 2022, months after this event, for the first time, you said, quote, and these are your words, tell me if I get them right. She, this is my fault. I don't know. She said, I can't believe this happened. I mean, she kept asking if he was going to die, if he's dead. And, I just basically said, we're doing the best that we could, end quote.
That's correct.
May I approach?
Yes.
So in April of 2022, for the first time, you attributed the phrase, "This is my fault. I can't believe this happened," to my client, correct?
That's correct.
But nowhere in your official report did you say that.
That's correct.
And nowhere in your interview with Trooper Proctor the next day did you say that.
That's correct.
You think that was a pretty important omission on your part?
It was an oversight.
An oversight.
Yes, sir.
That a woman whom you made contact with, standing over the body of a fallen police officer, said to you, "This is my fault." Just missed that one. Yes?
Yes, I missed it. Yeah, I didn't write it down.
And then, of course, you testified yesterday and your statement changed again, right?
I don't
Remember what you said yesterday, these jurors?
I don't remember word for word.
Well, I wrote it down. Let's see if this helps. Yesterday, you said, that my client said, quote, "It's all my fault. I did this," end quote.
Yes.
Remember that? Is that yes?
Yes, sir.
But you didn't say that at the grand jury.
No.
And you didn't say that to Trooper Proctor.
No, sir.
And you didn't put it in your report.
That's correct.
If you were to testify in another 2 or 3 weeks, you think your statement would just keep evolving?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now I want to shift gears for a second and talk about what Ms. Reed actually said that morning. You said that you reviewed your dash cam video, correct?
Once.
Do you remember when you arrived, one of the first things out of your mouth was the question, "What happened?"
Yes.
That would be a natural question to
Sure.
ask.
Yep.
Right? You assess the scene and assess the situation.
Absolutely.
And you would want to listen closely to what that answer was, correct?
Sure.
Ms. Reed did in fact answer you, didn't she?
I don't recall what she said.
She said, quote, "My boyfriend, I left him and he never came home," end quote. Correct?
I don't know. I don't recall.
You agree, we've already agreed, that details matter in any investigation.
Absolutely.
They certainly matter in this investigation, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'd like you to take a look at what's been pre-marked as Exhibit 26. This is about the 3:50 runtime. I'm not looking at the actual. I'm not looking at the actual time of day over here. I'm looking at the runtime, which is down at the bottom. So if Mr. Bates, you could put this at about 3:50 mark. Can you pause it? Just to orient everybody, does this appear to be your dash cam?
Yes, sir.
Same dash cam you were looking at yesterday?
Yes.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it, Mr. Bates. Awesome. Officer Saraf, just like it's not an eye exam, it's not a hearing exam either. I'm going to do the best I can to raise the volume. And Officer Saraf, I want to focus your attention, if you wouldn't mind, on 9 seconds after you say what happened. Just count in your head and listen very, very carefully to the woman's voice that responds and what she says. Go ahead. Awesome. Very, very hard to hear. Have you listened to that before?
No.
Does it appear to you that she said, "My boyfriend, I left him and he never came home"?
I couldn't understand anything.
Okay. Let's replay it one more time. Turn the volume on one more time right at that moment. Listen for a woman's voice just under. Sorry, I was asking Officer Saraf, please listen to, there's a din of noise, obviously, road noise, wind noise, etc. It's your dash cam, the audio from your dash cam. Once you close the door, listen very carefully, about 9 seconds after you say what happened, for a woman's voice, and see if you can make out what that voice says. Sure. Stop. Did you hear? I left him and he never came home.
I couldn't understand what they were saying.
You couldn't understand that?
No.
You want to hear it one more time?
No,
I don't think it.
no. Turn the lights on, please.
Now, if my client had said, "My boyfriend, I left him and he never came home," would that be something that you would find important to put in your report?
Objection.
Sustained.
Let's move to another area of the dash cam video. I want to keep playing it at the 28-minute mark, 28-minute and 20-second mark or so.
So can I see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please?
So they're obviously going to try to, this is just standard part of the case. A police officer is going into a situation like that. It's, even if it wasn't dramatic, you're not going to remember exactly everything that was said in what sequence, in what order, a day later, or even hours later. But that's the kind of thing that a defense team can try to really create a big hole. So, and there's John's parents, and John's dad note is not sitting on the Karen Reed side, as Sean had 5 sources, he claimed, saying would be the case.
Do you recognize your dash cam video being on the left of the screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you looked at Sergeant Good's dash cam video, which is squared up on the right side of the screen?
No.
You've never seen it?
No.
Okay. Does it appear to you that these are 2 different perspectives of the same scene? In other words, you see the car or the SUV on the left side of the screen right here, correct?
Yes, sir.
See that same SUV right there, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does that appear to be 2 different perspectives, 2 different angles,
Yes.
but basically the same thing?
Yes.
Okay. I want to draw your attention to the individuals to the left of the SUV right here. There's a person wearing a hood with fur on it. Is that Carrie Roberts? To your memory?
I don't know.
Okay. There appears to be another person with a darker jacket standing just in front of that person with the hood and fur. You see that person?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to focus on the person in the darker jacket.
Sure.
I believe, and the only reason I'm asking you to focus at this point is because I want to try to play this just once and see if you recognize what's depicted in the video.
Sure.
What I expect you may see is this person move out of sight behind the SUV, and then in the background, there's an SUV parked in the driveway. Pay special attention to that portion of the SUV and see if you see that person in the dark jacket pass from right to left in front of that SUV as if they're going to the house. Let's go ahead and play it. Go ahead and pause it. Have you seen the person in the dark jacket leave the view?
Yes.
Did she appear to go behind the SUV?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead and play it. Go ahead and stop track. And now I'm going to ask to draw your attention to that car with snow on it. Pay special attention to that car as the film continues to run. Go ahead. Pause. Do you see a person standing in front of the car?
It appears to be a person. Yes.
Walking from right to left?
Yes.
Would that be toward the house?
Yes, it would be.
Okay. And also, if you wouldn't mind switching your perspective, now you're looking more at the front of the house. Continue watching the film and see if you see that same person walking toward the house. Okay, stop. Did you see that?
No, I didn't see. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yes. I saw the
Okay.
shadow. Yes.
Right. Shadow of a person
Yes.
walking toward the front of the house.
Yes.
That was Jennifer McCabe going into the house, wasn't it?
I have no idea.
Was it a person going into the house?
It was a person. Yes.
Did you give anybody any permission to go into the house?
No, not my own.
Would you think that a witness in a homicide scene, we can go ahead and raise the lights. Thank you. Would you think that a witness at a homicide scene being allowed to go into a house to make contact with other witnesses?
I didn't know it was a homicide scene, sir.
If I could finish my question. Do you think it's appropriate for a witness at a potential homicide scene, an unconscious person scene, whatever crime scene,
Yes.
to make contact with other witnesses and begin discussing the situation unsupervised?
Can you rephrase that question, sir?
Do you think that's an appropriate thing to have happen?
I have no answer for that, sir. I don't know what you're asking.
Officer Saraf, when you go to a crime scene,
Yes, sir.
one of the first things that you want to do is secure the scene and separate witnesses so that interviews could be conducted, correct?
Sure.
You wouldn't want witnesses just cavorting together and getting their story straight, right?
Correct.
You'd want to avoid that at all costs, right?
Yes. Yes.
And why is that?
So they can't collaborate their story.
Yet there was a person walking from the area where a body was found in the lawn of a house, walking into the house to make contact with other individuals, correct?
It appeared that way, yes, sir.
Does that seem appropriate to you? Of
No.
course not. We've talked a bit about what you did and didn't hear at the scene from my client. At any point when you were at that location, did you hear my client repeating the phrase, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him"?
She said, I hit him? No, I didn't hear that part.
You never heard her whisper it, yell it, say it, or otherwise?
Not that I recall.
If you had heard that statement, you likely would have written it down, wouldn't you?
Yes.
You likely would have reported that to Trooper Proctor the next day, wouldn't you?
Yes.
You likely would have mentioned it in your grand jury testimony, correct?
Yes.
And you did none of those things because you did not hear that statement, correct?
I did not hear that, no.
Sir, you were at 34 Fairview for more than an hour before you cleared the scene, right?
Yes, sir.
You were at the location of the body of John O'Keefe.
Yes.
In other words, you just didn't stay in your cruiser. You walked out to where John O'Keefe was.
No, I was in my cruiser at different times. I
Must have been a bad question.
Okay.
You didn't just stay in your cruiser. At points, you got out of your cruiser, walked over, made contact with the women, and you were standing next to the body.
Yes.
And you were obviously looking around. You noticed some footprints,
Yes.
and you even noticed some lack of footprints.
That's correct.
So you were being observant at the area of the body
Yes.
and the area adjacent to the body.
Yes.
You were looking for anything that might have been out of place,
Yes.
anything of any evidentiary value, correct?
Yes.
You never saw or otherwise observed, located a single piece of taillight material, did you?
No.
You certainly didn't see 45 pieces of broken plastic or taillight material, did you?
No.
You never located or otherwise observed John O'Keefe's missing shoe
No.
or any other clothing of his?
I didn't. No.
Officer Saraf, did you ever think to look inside the house
No.
for that missing shoe?
No.
That never crossed your mind?
No.
You think that might have been a smart thing to do at the time?
Objection, Your Honor.
Rephrase the question.
Sure. Do you think that would have been appropriate protocol when dealing with a body laying on a lawn that is partially unclothed to look inside the house of the lawn?
No.
You didn't think that would have been appropriate protocol
No.
for you or anybody else?
No.
Obviously, you did not conduct a search of that house, did you?
No.
And you're aware that to this day, no law enforcement officer ever conducted a search of that house.
I'm not aware of that.
Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything, Mr. Lally?
Briefly, Your Honor.
Okay.
Morning, sir.
Morning.
You were asking questions and you were shown a dispatch log, is that correct?
That's correct.
And dispatch log, as far as the Canton Police Department is concerned, are you aware of sort of how or when or who creates that?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of how that document sort of comes into being?
So when a call comes in, an officer is at the desk, and usually the first thing they would do is dispatch, get people going to the scene and get everybody rolling as far as if they need FD, police, whatever resources they need, and basically then type in what the call is and who's going.
So fair to say it's more important to get assets allocated to a scene, especially in the case of an emergency, which is why someone's calling 911, than to ensure that the dispatch time is correct down to the second.
Absolutely.
Now, you were asked some questions about different things that you heard the defendant say, correct?
That's correct.
And you were shown specifically some grand jury testimony from April of 2022, in which you indicated during that testimony that the defendant stated, "This is my fault."
Yes.
And is that based on your memory of what she said?
Yes.
And you also testified yesterday along those same lines, correct?
Correct.
What you testified to before this jury, as far as your memory, is that accurate as to what happened on that scene, January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
Now, prior to this call, did you know Kerry Roberts?
No.
Did you know Karen Reed?
No.
Did you know John O'Keefe?
No.
Did you know Jennifer McCabe?
No.
Based on what you've seen as far as the dash camera, would you be able to differentiate between Jennifer McCabe or Kerry Roberts from that dash camera footage?
No.
Now, while you were on scene, did you see anybody from 34 Fairview Road, from that address, come outside?
No.
Did you see anybody from any address on that entire street for the entire 90 minutes that you were there come outside?
No.
Now, you were asked some questions about some different addresses on Fairview, whether they be 32 or 35. Do you know where either 32 or 35 is located in relation to 34?
It would be next to each other in sequential order.
Nothing further.
Okay.
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, you're all set, officer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Mr. Lally, who is your next witness?
Your Honor, call with the call officer Stephen Meany to the stand.
Okay.
Stephen Meany. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give in the court and jury in the case now and hearing should be truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
You can stand or sit, sir, whatever is more comfortable. Just make sure you speak into the microphone, please. Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Morning, sir.
Morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Stephen Meany, Mullaney.
And how are you employed, sir?
I am employed by the Canton Police Department as a patrolman.
And how long have you been a patrolman for the Canton Police?
Since July 2020 and a full-time officer since August 2021.
And if I could call your attention to the evening of January 28th, 2022 into the morning of January 29th, 2022. Were you working on that occasion?
Yes, I was working the 11:45 p.m. to 7:45 a.m. patrol shift.
And were you dispatched to a call shortly after 6 a.m. on the 29th?
Yes, I was.
And where were you dispatched to and what was that in regards?
34 Fairview Road for a unresponsive party.
Now, if we could turn back just for a second, as far as when you're assigned as far as a patrolman with Canton Police, are there different sort of geographic sectors within the town to which you're assigned?
Yep, I was assigned to the east sector.
And is Fairview Road within that east sector?
It's the west sector.
So you were assigned to the east sector, but dispatched to a call in the west sector. Is that correct?
Correct.
Do you know why that was?
Yes, east. The east sector backs up the west sector.
Prior to this, on the 28th, going into the 29th, were you
Why
aware?
don't you hold on a minute for that? Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Lally.
Oh, thank you. So on the 28th, going into the 29th, what, if any, awareness did you have as far as the weather forecast or sort of what was predicted as coming?
I believe around midnight it began to snow.
And that's while you're on shift, is that correct?
Yes.
When you're on shift and you're on patrol, particularly when there's a weather situation as far as snow or something like that, what is it that you're doing on patrol?
Well, I stayed in the parking lot that shift, so didn't get stuck anywhere.
And as far as the snow that was predicted and the snow that fell, how much precipitation, what kind of a storm was it?
Well, by the morning it was pretty heavy snow.
And by the morning, by what time?
About around 6 a.m.
So by the time that you were dispatched to that call, we were just talking about the snow was picking up and getting heavy.
Yes.
And as you were, so you were at the station when you received the dispatch, is that correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And about how far away is Fairview Road from where you were at the station?
Mile and a half, 2 miles.
And can you describe to the jury sort of the route that you took going from the station to Fairview Road?
Yep. I took a right onto Washington Street from the station, and then I took a right onto Dedham Street from Washington Street, a left onto Cedar Crest from Dedham, and then a left onto Fairview Road from Cedar Crest.
And so Fairview Road runs sort of between two other more major roads in Canton, fair to say?
Yes.
And you mentioned Cedar Crest, is that correct?
Yes.
And Cedar Crest is off of Dedham?
Correct.
And so what is the other sort of major road on the other sort of intersecting side of Fairview Road?
Chapman Street.
So when you're coming from Cedar Crest onto Fairview, about how far into Fairview is 34?
2 houses down on the right.
So the house would have been on your right, is that correct?
Correct.
And in addition to yourself, who, if anyone else from your department was dispatched to this call as well?
Officer Saraf.
And who, if anyone, arrived first?
Officer Saraf had arrived prior to my arrival.
And Officer Saraf, as far as which direction was his cruiser facing? The same as yours, directly at yours, or something else?
I don't recall.
Do you recall seeing Officer Saraf during your en route time, sort of between the station and arriving on the scene?
I do not know.
Now, as far as when you're driving from the station to the scene, what, if anything, do you recall about sort of the road conditions, visibility, anything like that?
Visibility was difficult. I don't exactly recall how far you could see, but it was definitely coming down.
And at this point in time, on January 29th, just after 6 a.m., what is sort of the lighting conditions? Has the sun come up yet? Is it dark out, or what's going on?
It was still dark out.
And if you recall, what was sort of the vehicular traffic on the roadway between the station and your arrival on Fairview Road?
I don't recall there being any traffic.
Now, as far as when you are coming to the scene, do you recall whether or not you had to activate sort of your lights or your sirens or anything like that?
I believe I would have used the blue lights.
Do you recall using sirens?
I do not recall whether or not I used sirens.
And if you know, about how much time elapsed between the time that you received the call and the time that you arrived on Fairview?
3 minutes, approximately.
And when you arrive there, what, if anything, is sort of the first thing that you see?
I saw Officer Saraf towards like the front lawn, kind of surrounding the victim. There's a couple other people as well. And the fire department was on arrival right about the same time.
And so beyond yourself and Officer Sarah from the Canton Police, were there other sort of town assets that would dispatch to this call as well?
The fire department.
And when you say the fire department, how many sort of vehicles or what was their response as far as?
I believe they had a fire engine and ambulance.
And do you recall if the fire engine and the ambulance came from sort of the same side as you from Cedar Crest, or did they come into the scene from the opposite side as far as from?
I think they had come down Chapman Street to Fairview, and they were facing towards Cedar Crest.
Now, so you arrive there, you see Officer Saraf and people from the fire department, correct?
Yes.
And you indicated that you saw a person on the ground. Is that correct?
Yes.
And just for clarity purposes, at some point subsequent to this, you were able to identify the person that was on the ground. Is that correct?
Yes.
That was John O'Keefe. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And where the other people that you indicated were there, where were they in relation to John O'Keefe?
I think I don't really recall where everybody was upon my arrival, but I think everyone was kind of like in the vicinity around the curb to the street.
Now, as far as when you're first arriving, you're pulling up to the scene, were you able to see Mr. O'Keefe on the ground at that point, or did? I saw people around him, but I had to get closer before I saw the victim on the ground. And so the other people that you saw around him, were they kneeling down, standing up, or something else?
I believe Officer Saraf was still standing up. I don't recall anyone else.
And so fair to say you saw Officer Saraf standing up near Mr. O'Keefe before you actually saw Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Yes, yes.
Now, this particular area where you saw Officer Saraf standing up and Mr. O'Keefe or Officer O'Keefe on the ground, what, if any, sort of additional ambient lighting did you observe in that area? Was there any street lights or anything like that around there?
Not that I recall.
Now, in addition to Officer Saraf, at some point did you encounter some other individuals or civilian people on scene?
Yep, Miss Jen McCabe.
And in addition to Miss McCabe, were there any other female parties there as well?
Carrie Roberts.
And in addition to Miss Roberts, was there any other female parties there?
Yes, Miss Reed.
And just to be clear, do you see Miss Reed in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Okay. And could you identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing she's wearing?
Black dress.
That's a record reflect identification.
Yes.
Now, prior to this call, did you have any prior sort of familiarity with Karen Reed?
No.
With John O'Keefe?
No.
With Jennifer McCabe?
No.
With Carrie Roberts?
No.
And when you arrive and you make those sort of initial observations, where is it that you go? What, if anything, do you do?
The fire department began their life-saving measures, and at one point we were able to get him onto the stretcher or onto a backboard, I believe it's called, and then onto a stretcher.
And what, if any, involvement did you have with that?
I assisted the fire department in placing him on the backboard and then helping get him onto the stretcher.
Now, as far as you mentioned that where you came and located Mr. O'Keefe, do you recall sort of what position his body was in when you first observed him?
He was lying face up, was back on the ground.
And you recall where he was in relation to the roadway, if you could tell?
Yeah, he was on the front lawn. I didn't know exactly where the curb was, but I would think about, approximately 10 feet from the curb.
And so you mentioned that you couldn't tell exactly where the curb was. Why is that?
There was snow on the ground.
So the snow sort of covered the curb at that time that you're there. Is that correct?
Yes.
but you approximate he was about 10 feet into the wall.
Yeah.
And the snow on the ground that you observed that time when you first arrived, about how much snow had accumulated on the ground?
I'd say at that point, approximately 6 inches.
And what, if any, snow did you observe on any part of Mr. O'Keefe's body when you first saw him?
There was really no snow, but you could tell that he had been in the conditions. It was almost as if it was like water, kind of like frozen on kind of to his face.
And did you make any observations, or what, if any, observations did you make beyond his face as far as sort of the rest of his body?
I don't recall really any other observations.
Do you recall how he was dressed?
I do not.
Do you recall any, what, if any, snow was on any other part of his body?
I do not.
Now, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, what, if any, observations did you make as far as any injuries to Mr. O'Keefe at that initial time?
I did not recall any injuries.
So nothing stood out to you, is that correct?
No, correct.
And you assist the fire department getting him onto a backboard, correct?
Yes.
And where did Mr. O'Keefe go from there?
To the ambulance.
And did you go to the ambulance as well?
Not that I recall, no.
So fire department sort of takes over care of Mr. O'Keefe at that point.
Yes.
So after Mr. O'Keefe is lifted up, when he's lifted up, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the grounds that had been underneath Mr. O'Keefe and where he was?
I didn't recall anything. Observe anything? No. No.
Do you recall even looking sort of in that area?
No, I think he was in front of me, so I wouldn't have seen what was under him.
And so after Mr. O'Keefe is taken by members of the fire department over to the ambulance, what is it that you did?
Officer Saraf, at that point, we were trying to identify the victim, so I spoke to Ms. McCabe.
And without sort of anything that Ms. McCabe told you, about how long period of time did you talk to Ms. McCabe gathering information?
Approximately 2 minutes.
And who, if anyone else, did you speak with attempting to gather information regarding Mr. O'Keefe?
Ms. McCabe is the only one I recall speaking to.
Now, as far as the defendant, Ms. Reed, did you, what, if anything, do you recall her sort of doing as you're on scene and as you're going about what you're trying to do?
She was screaming, "Is that my boyfriend? Is he dead?"
And when you say screaming, in a fairly loud voice, correct?
Very, very loud, yes.
And as far as that sort of phraseology, as far as is he dead, how many times was that something she said? Once, more than once, or something?
Repeated many times.
And with the same sort of volume that she had said it with, as you described the first time?
Yes.
And as far as, if you know, about how long was the ambulance on scene before it left to go to the hospital?
10 minutes approximately.
Do you know what hospital it went to?
Good Samaritan.
And after the ambulance left and went to the hospital, where did the three women that you're talking about, being the defendant, Ms. McCabe, Ms. Roberts, where did they go?
I believe they left the scene.
So did you have any, or what, if any, conversation did you have with any of them following that?
None.
Now, as far as Ms. Reed, the defendant, is concerned, what, if anything else, did you observe as far as her saying or her demeanor or anything like that?
Just the screams and she was very distraught.
Now, at some point, did Ms. Reed sort of stay in one place, or where did Ms. Reed go sort of around the cruisers and the ambulance and all of that?
I believe she went into one of the vehicles. I don't know if it was a cruiser or one of the cars to stay warm.
And the other two women that were with her, as far as Ms. McCabe, Ms. Roberts, Were they in the same general vicinity as the defendant, or were they separated, if you recall?
I don't recall.
Now, at some point after they had left the scene, what, if anything, were you advised by your dispatch in regard to Ms. Reed?
We were dispatched that, or Cat Control had advised us that she's making suicidal statements.
And so based on that, what, if anything, did you or the other officers that you were on scene with do at that point?
I don't recall exactly who, but someone had called Miss Roberts to have Miss Reed come back to the scene, and we section 12 there.
And so about how much time elapsed between the time that you learned that from dispatch and the time that Ms. Reed arrives back on scene with Ms. Roberts?
5 minutes, approximately.
Now, you mentioned that there may have been other officers on scene, correct?
Yes.
So in addition to yourself and Officer Saraf, who, if anyone else from your department, arrived on scene while you were there?
Sergeant Good arrived, Sergeant Link at the time, and Lieutenant Gallagher.
And when was that in relation to when yourself and Officer Saraf arrived on scene?
Sergeant Good was there shortly after, and then Sergeant Link shortly after him, and then Lieutenant Gallagher after that.
And in total, as far as sort of the earliest to the longest, about how long was it until Lieutenant Gallagher arrived on scene?
I would say less than 45 minutes.
And in total, how long was it that you were on scene that morning?
90 minutes to 2 hours.
And during the course of time that you were on scene, at some point, did the sun come up?
Yes.
And during the time that you were on scene, as far as the conditions, and let me ask just a little bit more about that. So you indicated something about snow being on the ground and not being able to see the curb, correct?
Yes.
What, if any, sort of other things in addition to that, from a weather perspective? What was the temperature out at that time?
It was very cold. It's cold.
Could you or do you have any estimate as far as to how cold?
25, and it was windy.
And when you say windy, could you expound upon that as far as like what kind of wind? Are we talking constant wind, gusts, or something?
I would say gust to constant.
And fairly strong winds, light winds, what kind of?
Not necessarily strong, light winds, but it was definitely windy.
And during that sort of total time, about 90 minutes or so that you were on scene, was the weather consistent throughout that entire period that you were on scene?
That I recall, yes.
Now, in the area where you first observed Mr. O'Keefe's body on the lawn, after his body was removed by the fire department, what, if anything, did you observe sort of in that general area?
Nothing.
Now, again, you said that Ms. Reed was brought back to the scene or around Fairview Road at the same time by Ms. Roberts, correct?
Correct.
You know where she went from there?
She was transported to Good Samaritan.
Different ambulance than had taken Mr. O'Keefe?
Correct, different ambulance, yep.
Now, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, you assisted getting him onto the backboard, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you also assist getting him onto the stretcher?
Yes.
And beyond sort of the visual observations that you made, did you have occasion to, in that process, have any sort of tactile observations? Did you come into contact with Mr. O'Keefe's body at any point?
No.
Beyond what you've already testified to, did you make any other observations at any point of Mr. O'Keefe, his body, or any injuries?
No, I don't recall.
Sir, I'm going to direct your attention up to the screen over here. Ms. Gilman, if you could just put up Exhibit 25 and just sort of pause it as soon as it comes up. So, Officer Meany, I'm directing your attention to the screen and what's been marked as Exhibit 25. Generally speaking, what's depicted up on the screen here, is that consistent with what you recall as far as the conditions when you were responding to Fairview Road that morning?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I could ask for exhibit number 3. Yes. I'm sorry. Exhibit number 9. That's and Officer Meany, directing your attention to what's up on the screen has been previously marked as exhibit number 9. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
What do you recognize?
That's 34 Fairview.
And that's how it's depicted in that photograph. Is that a relatively fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed of the residents on the morning of January 29, 2022?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 18. And again, Officer Meany, what's up on the screen? Do you recognize what's depicted in Exhibit 8?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that?
That's 34 Fairview.
That's sort of a different view, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, with regard to the residents, if I'm standing on the street and I'm facing the residents as in the previous photograph, the area of the lawn where you first observed Mr. O'Keefe laying on his back with his face up, would that be to the left of the residence, the right of the residence, or dead center, or something else?
Left.
And what, if anything, did you observe sort of in that general area as far as any sort of landmarks or things that were in that area?
A fire hydrant and a flagpole.
And may I approach the witness room?
Yes.
So, sir, here's an I'm going to try not to blind anybody. This is a laser point. If we can push that button there. And
okay.
So, officer, if I could ask you, using that laser pointer directing, if you could direct the jury's attention to where in that photograph, if anywhere, you recall Mr. O'Keefe's body being located when you first saw it.
Right in this area.
Thanks. If I may have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
And officer, you can. Thanks. I have no further questions to this witness, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Ron. Good morning, officer.
Good morning.
Officer Meany, you and I have never met before, correct?
Correct.
We've never spoken about this case?
No.
Is it fair to say that when you were dispatched to 34 Fairview Road on January 29th of 2022, you were a part-time officer at that point?
No, I was full-time.
When did you start at the Canton Police Department?
July 2020.
Did you start as a part-time officer?
I did.
Oh, I see. I misunderstood your testimony. You actually became full-time in August of 2021.
Correct, sir. Yes.
All right. So you had been full-time at that point for about 6 months when you received this call, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's fair to say that you were the junior officer on scene?
Yes, it is.
You had testified that you approached Fairview from the Cedar Crest side, correct?
Yes.
34 Fairview Road is much closer to the Cedar Crest side than it is to the Chapman side, correct? And when you take a left on Cedar Crest to enter Fairview Road, 34 Fairview is the second house on the right. Does that make sense?
From Cedar Crest, yes.
Yes. And you were quickly surmising that whatever action was taking place there was taking place on the front lawn of 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes, sir.
And one of the first things that you saw was there appeared to be a woman giving CPR to somebody on the ground.
Yeah, yes.
You didn't know who that woman was at the time, correct?
No, sir.
But you later learned her identity.
Yes, I don't recall which female it was that was giving CPR though.
Okay. So you don't recall that it was Karen Reed who was giving CPR to John O'Keefe?
I don't know who it was.
At some point in time, you came in contact with Karen Reed, correct, while you were on scene?
Not direct contact, but I was on scene when she was there.
I mean, you were there until about 8 a.m., correct?
Yeah. Yes.
And you were dispatched shortly after 6 a.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
You were there for approximately 2 hours, correct?
Yes.
You were there when Karen Reed was there when you showed up, correct?
Yes.
She left and she came back to the scene, correct?
Yes.
And you were there when she came back, correct?
Yes, sir.
So with regard to your contact with her, she certainly was within eyeshot, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you actually at some points were closer to her than you are to me right now, correct?
Yeah.
How close did you get to her?
10 feet.
All right. With the court's permission, I'd like to walk toward you and have you stop me when I'm at the point when you were at your closest to Karen Reed. What can I do that, Your Honor?
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you.
Right there.
Okay. And when you were this close to her, and you're estimating this to be about 10 feet, correct?
Sure.
When you were this close to her, was there anything blocking your view of her face?
Not that I recall.
All right. You noticed, obviously, that she had blood on her face, correct?
I did not notice that. No.
You didn't notice that she had blood in her hair?
I did not notice that.
You did notice that she was absolutely hysterical.
Yes.
She was completely distraught.
Yes.
She appeared to be in shock.
Yes.
And there was a contrast between that demeanor that you observed with regard to Karen Reed and the demeanor of one of the other women on scene, Jennifer McCabe, was there not?
Can you kind of explain further?
Sure. Karen Reed was screaming, correct?
Yes.
She was yelling, correct?
Yes.
She was hysterical and distraught, correct?
Yes.
Jennifer McCabe was not.
Correct.
And you actually had more contact, direct contact with Jennifer McCabe that morning, correct?
Yes.
And you spoke to Jennifer McCabe for a good 2 minutes, correct?
Yes, sir.
Face to face.
Yes, sir.
You were closer to Jennifer McCabe than you ever got to Karen Reed, correct?
Yes.
You were able to observe her demeanor.
Yes.
You were able to hear her tone of voice.
Yes.
You were able to hear how loudly she was speaking, correct?
Yes.
You were able to hear how quickly she was speaking.
Yes.
During those 2 minutes that you were face to face closer to Jennifer McCabe, she was not screaming, correct?
Correct.
She was not yelling.
Correct.
She was not hysterical.
Correct.
She was not distraught.
Yes.
She was calm.
Correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow it, but let's move on.
Jennifer McCabe didn't have any blood on her face, correct?
No.
And you didn't see any blood in Jennifer McCabe's hair, correct?
No.
Now, with regard to what you heard Karen Reed scream that morning, I just want to make sure I get your testimony correct. I believe on direct examination, you stated that she kept repeating two phrases, one being, "Is he dead?" and the second being, "That's my boyfriend," correct?
Yes.
And how many times do you think that she repeated those two phrases?
It's quite a bit, more than 10.
Okay, like almost too many times to count, really.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
And each time she said, is he dead? What was her tone of voice?
Screaming very loudly.
Each time she said, is that my boyfriend? What was her tone of voice?
Same.
And you got there not long after Officer Saraf, correct?
Correct.
In any of during the time, let me strike that. During the time you were on scene and you heard Karen Reed screaming and yelling in this distraught and hysterical manner, you never once heard her say, I did it, correct?
I did not.
You never once heard her say, it's my fault, correct?
I did not.
You never once heard her say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, correct?
I did not.
If you had heard any of those statements, you would have recognized that those would have been important to note, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you would have noted those in your police report, obviously, correct?
Yes.
Because you know that when you're drafting a police report, you want to include all the important details, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you want to be precise and accurate, correct?
Yes.
And so you didn't put those statements in your report because you never heard those statements come out of Karen Reed's mouth.
Yes, sir.
Now, while you were on scene, at some point in time, you were asked to participate in a search for evidence on that front lawn, were you not?
I was standing by. I didn't directly search for anything that I recall.
All right, and when you say you were standing by the area where John O'Keefe's body had been,
Yes.
correct? And how close were you to that area?
I was like right off the curb at that point on the street.
How many feet from where the body had been?
10 to 12 feet. 15 feet.
So maybe about the same distance as when I walked toward you, around that distance?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
And how much time did you spend around that distance from where John O'Keefe's body had been?
I don't recall.
You were there for 2 hours, correct?
Yes.
So is it fair to say that you were sort of in and around that area multiple times during that 2 hours?
Yes.
Did you ever see anybody put up any crime scene tape at all?
I don't recall that.
You recall other officers sort of searching that area, correct?
Yes.
And while you were near that area, you were certainly paying attention to it, correct?
Yes.
Did you see officers use any equipment to clear some of the snow in that area?
Yes, sir.
What did you see?
There was a leaf blower.
Where did that leaf blower come from?
I don't know.
Who had the leaf blower?
I believe it was Lieutenant Gallagher.
When did Lieutenant Gallagher arrive on scene?
45 minutes after I did, approximately. I don't recall the exact time.
And how big was that leaf blower?
Not too big. It was
Was it handheld or was it something that you pushed?
handheld.
And who used the leaf blower?
Lieutenant Gallagher.
At what area or on what area did he use that leaf blower?
The front lawn.
And would that have been around the area where John O'Keefe's body had been?
Yes.
And you were watching him as he did that, correct?
Yes.
What other officers were in that area sort of watching what was going on or participating in the search for what was going on?
I don't necessarily recall where everybody was, but I believe it would be Sergeant Link and Sergeant Good.
And they were superior officers, correct?
Correct.
And you understood that these brother officers of yours were looking for evidence, right?
Yes.
They were looking for clues about potentially what had happened to John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
And you were paying attention too as they were doing their work, correct?
Yes.
You were looking for anything that might have been out of place, correct?
Yes.
If there was something large there that didn't appear to be appropriate for a front lawn, you would have made note of that, correct?
Yes.
And if there was something small there, you would have still made note of that if it didn't appear to belong on a front lawn, correct?
Yes.
At any point in time, either before or after the leaf blower was taken out by Lieutenant Gallagher, did you see 45 pieces of bright red, black, and clear plastic pieces scattered all over the scene?
I did not.
Did you find or see even one piece of broken plastic?
I did not.
Now, when you came to the scene, John O'Keefe was still lying on the ground, correct?
Yes.
Did you see whether or not there were any blankets on scene?
No.
Did you know that one of the women on scene had a sister who lived in that very house?
I did not.
When you were speaking with Jennifer McCabe, at any point, did you learn whether she had actually gone into that house at all?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you see Jennifer McCabe approach that house at any point when you were on scene?
No.
Were you alerted at any point by anyone that she went into that house while you were on scene?
No.
Did you ever see Jennifer McCabe come out of that house with blankets or anything else that might comfort John O'Keefe?
No.
What was your state of mind regarding whether there were any first responders in that house?
I wasn't aware of that.
Nobody told you?
No.
You had testified that at one point you saw Karen Reed being escorted into a motor vehicle,
Yes.
and that was one of the women on scene, her motor vehicle?
Yes, it was either that or a cruiser.
All right.
Both kind of the same area.
But you'll agree with me, at no point in time did you see Karen Reed and Jennifer McCabe in a vehicle together?
Not that I recall, no.
And at no point in time did you ever hear Karen Reed ask Jennifer McCabe to Google anything?
No.
Let me have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you, officer.
Officer Meany, you've been to other scenes in which there is a deceased person on scene, family members or friends around?
Yes.
And of those other scenes, does everybody who's a friend or a family member of the person who is injured or deceased, do they all react the same?
No.
Is every single one of them screaming and yelling different things?
No.
And there are actually 3 women on scene that morning, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so there was Jennifer McCabe, there was the defendant, Miss Reed, and there was Kerry Roberts, correct?
Correct.
And did you see any blood on Miss Roberts's face or hair?
No.
Okay, was she screaming and yelling things and moving around the scene?
No.
Now, as far as the residence in 34 Fairview Road, did you see anybody go in or come out of that residence during the time that you were on scene?
No.
And as far as any of the other residences on the entire rest of the street, did you see any of the neighbors or anybody else come outside at any point in time?
I did not.
I have nothing further.
Just one question, if I might.
Okay.
Recross.
Sure.
And I don't mean to be a wise guy, sir, but did any of the other neighbors on the entire street have the body of a dead police officer on their front lawn?
Objection, Your Honor.
All right. So that's sustained. All right. You are all set, sir.
Thank you.
All right, folks, it's 11 o'clock. We'll take our morning recess, 15 minutes.
All right, please. Close your notebooks. Make sure.
All right, good morning, guys. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being civil in chat. Tom, as always, thank you for moderating. And just, I do watch the chat as much as I can. And, so somebody like Steph, who has a different reaction to pieces of evidence and testimony that's coming out, and I really value that. Just wanted you to know that, Steph, for anybody. I mean, I think if we're the one way that we never get to the truth on anything is if there's an echo chamber. So it's really good to I have no idea what side Steph it leans overall in this case, but it's good to always be asking on every single piece of testimony or evidence that comes out to try to look at it from various angles in both sides. So I just wanted to say I appreciate that. I was busy packing for my trip, so I was listening, but hopefully I didn't miss something. But let's see. So it began today was a continuation of Officer Saraf, and to be fair, so far I'm running to just getting a message from someone. Sorry. So the cross-examination of Saraf was begun by Alan Jackson, and what they did was point out that the police there are mistakes in the police logs about times and order of how people got there, and there's imperfect memory about who said what and when. That's important for the defense team to establish that in any case, but it's going to be something you can do in any case because none of these things are ever going to be perfect. These are human operations, and the people are trying to recollect everything that happened, when it happened, and stuff like that. There's always going to be problems in that. Now, interestingly, they showed Jen walking to the house. They did not show her walking into the house. They stopped it there and didn't want to seemingly say, okay, she didn't get in. Now, I don't see any issue here at all, unless it comes out later on that she lied about that or something, and I have no indication that she did. So to me, as I saw yesterday, you see Jen walking around the SUV, getting on the phone, and nobody answers. Presumably, that's when she's trying to call people inside the house. And likewise, she walks up to the house where her sister is and where her brother-in-law, who's a Boston cop, is. It would be more strange to me if she didn't do that. So to me, it's completely normal that she went to the house. Now, the only question that will come up is, my understanding is that after they took John away, when she went back to the house, she got into the house and went up to the bedroom to wake up her brother-in-law and her sister. So the only thing is, how come she was able to get into the house then, but was not able to get into the house this first time? But we don't know. We don't even know that she tried to get into the house the first time. She may have walked up and just kept calling from there or rang the bell. We don't know. We'll have to wait for her testimony. And maybe later on, we'll see that Brian Albert Jr., 23, who was in the house, maybe he let her in, or maybe she figured out where a key was, or maybe she used a different door because there's two doors there. So, so we'll have to wait and see what her testimony is. I didn't find anything at all from my own personal trying to understand what happened in this case. None of that moved me at all. So Officer Saraf heard her say many times, "I hit him." Later on, Meany did not hear that. But, these guys are going to hear different things in a chaotic scene, depending on what they're doing. None of them saw the taillight pieces. Of course, they want to keep dramatizing 45 pieces of taillight. Well, you probably had a main piece of taillight and then a whole bunch of tiny little pieces. That's what happens when something that's glass or brittle plastic breaks. So makes it sound like there was taillight littered all over the place and nobody could see it. No, there was one or two significant size pieces, and the rest were tiny pieces, and all of that was buried in the snow. So none of that was really particularly interesting to me. He didn't see the shoe, and he did not search the house. We knew all that. Meany said the fire department arrived about the same time as him, coming from the direction of Chapman Street. So I think coming from the same direction as Saraf, actually, if I remember right, but I'm not sure because I thought I saw an ambulance or a fire truck arriving from the opposite direction in the dash cam video from Saraf yesterday. So there was, as far as he knew, there was one engine and one ambulance, and they would have all come in sirens off. Meany spoke to Jen McCabe for a couple of minutes to ID the victim. And what Meany did hear was Karen saying repeatedly, "Is he dead? Is he dead? That's my boyfriend." I didn't realize that Karen had left the scene. So she left with Kerry Roberts, I guess. But because of the suicidal statements that she was making, a decision was made to section 12 her, which is to take her into custody for her own benefit. So I would like to hear more about that. I think the person that will probably be the more interesting part of that is Kerry, because it sounds like Karen was in the car with her for 5 minutes. Lieutenant Gallagher was eventually the senior ranking officer. He arrived 45 minutes later. He's the one who had the leaf blower. And it sounds like he was searching, though, in the area around where John was found in the grass. So he never would have found the taillight pieces because those were buried in the snowbank made by the plow near the street. And they did not take a shovel to that scene. Meany was there about 2 hours. He did not notice any blood on Karen Reed in her mouth. I guess Yanetti's trying to point out that there was blood on her face and in her hair, but he didn't notice that. Let's see. So yeah, she was very hysterical, screaming a lot, saying, "Is he dead?" And that's my boyfriend. The defense is clearly trying to point everything at Jen McCabe. So if she holds up on cross, the defense has nothing. I mean, if she holds up under examination by the defense, I hear the helicopter close over my house right now, so maybe the feds have diverted and come to get me. Josh Levy, I'm right here. You can just call if you want to come get me. I can even meet you at the U.S. Attorney's house Attorney's office if you want. So he did see several of the cops, including Lank, searching the area around where John was found. So notice they weren't searching the street. And John was 6 feet to 10 feet onto the lawn. So where they were searching was around the body area. And so in that area, you're not going to find taillight pieces, but you did find the cocktail glass pieces, although no one talked about it. So I guess we'll hear more about that later. Meany did not see Jen go near the house. But they made a big deal about Jen not being hysterical. And so, like I said, they're really going to go after Jen. And I don't, this is a dead end to me. It doesn't tell us anything at all about the case, the fact that Jen is not hysterical. I'm not hysterical either. And I would not be hysterical in that situation. And I've been in many situations because of my job as a bar owner, medical situations, police situations, and I'm always calm on the phone. I know sometimes I've lost my cool a couple of times here on this show, but that's different. That's anger. That's anger management issues. That has nothing to do with keeping your cool in a scene. In an emergency, I have always kept my cool. Even when I first started working in the bar and I was 21, and there were people that were there that were older than me, kind of quickly they would, if there was a situation, they would kind of, I didn't ask her, but they strangely would lean on me, like, "Kev, what do we do here? When do we call? What do we say?" That kind of thing. So just because I don't tend to come unglued in those situations. Just we're all different. And finally, Lally asked if he heard Karen ask Jen to Google how long to die in the cold or something like that. And he did not. But so we don't know. This has always been a mystery. Like, did anybody else, particularly somebody that wasn't, particularly somebody that was a first responder, hear Karen ask Jen to do that. That'll be big, but I have not seen that in any of the documents. It may have been there and I might have missed it. I don't know. But so that'll be very helpful to Jen if one of those, we're going to see a whole bunch of firefighters testify. So if any of these first responders heard that, that'll be very helpful to Jen, but it really doesn't matter because it's going to be thoroughly debunked in so many other ways anyways. I'm really kind of shocked that the defense is going down this road. I think it's going to backfire, but I'm really interested to see what attorney Kevin J. Mahoney says tonight on that, because he's a veteran trial lawyer and he's the one that really first pointed out to the problem that in theory, the jury goes in and both sides are equal, right? But the reality is jurors are human beings and they understand that most of the time prosecutors are prosecuting someone who really did do the crime. I mean, they're not going to waste time. There are false prosecutions and too many of them, but most of the time they're not wasting their time on that. But in every one of those cases, the defense, if it gets to trial, has a lawyer that's going to say, my client didn't do it. That's just normal, right? So the jury understands that, and they have an expectation that those defense lawyers are going to try to play some kind of a game to say that their client didn't do it. So they're a little bit going into it skeptical. And so that credibility for the defense lawyers is very easy to shatter. All it takes is one issue where the defense really tries to deceive the jury, and the jury starts to tune out the defense as being dishonest. That's what Kevin J. Mahoney pointed out in his article back in September. Me not being a trial lawyer, it was a revelation to me, but it made perfect sense. I understood exactly what he was saying. And so it does seem to be a little bit unusual here, and maybe it's because they're desperate and they have to, but that they're going to hammer this thing where they're really going to try to turn Jen McCabe into Lex Luthor. And it doesn't pass the logic test. Why would Jen go back? Why would she take that 5 a.m. call? Why would she go back to the scene of the crime? Now, the defense is trying to say because she is Lex Luthor and she's trying to manage the whole crime. And so, and in fact, they even have said that, they're trying to say here, they're trying to point out that maybe Karen didn't say, I hit him. However, at other times they've said, the defense has put out, well, maybe she said it, but maybe it was the evil arch villain Jen McCabe who planted that idea in her head on the way there. And so that's why Karen was saying that. Because Jen McCabe is Hannibal Lecter. She can make you swallow your tongue. She's an evil genius, right? I mean, I did a video on this back in May, like tongue in cheek, like, because me and Dave McGrath have always said there are no geniuses. It's kind of an expression. There are no geniuses. Yes, there are geniuses in the world, and they work for NASA. They're building rockets. They're designing quantum computers. They're looking into the fundamental natures of physics in the universe. They don't work for the police department, and they're not your neighbor, and they're not me, and they're not you. Geniuses are rare. And so geniuses in a criminal situation, that really only exists in movies. There's not going to be a genius on either side of the equation here. So, but the defense needs to create this scenario where Jen McCabe is not only this completely ice in her veins, cold, sadistic, scheming person, but a genius, someone who is on the fly manufacturing all of this stuff, influencing, getting the person they intend to frame to admit she did it. I mean, that's true genius stuff. And it's crazy, but we'll see but all Jen has to do is just hold up on the stand, and she's probably going to be up there for days. I mean, she really is the main witness here she's good because she's central to so many aspects of the case. Is the jury going to look at her and say, this is an arch villain? That's a stretch, right? So all she has to do is impress the jury that she's just a regular, decent person She's not, to my knowledge, she's not accused of any other crime. And trust me, those total writers, if she had done some criminal act in the past, those total people would have found it and they would have trumpeted it. So she's just a regular person who's never committed any crimes. She's a mother of 4 children. She's not some kind of a scheming villain. She's just a regular person. But for this defense theory to work, she needs to be that scheming arch villain type. And I can't believe the defense is going down this road. And I can only think that the only reason you do something that's absurd and outrageous is if you have no other choice. And that's what I think is going on here is they don't have another choice. We're going to see more evidence unfold as this goes that just really is really difficult for the defense to get around. But hopefully Lally can do a better job at pointing this stuff out when the time comes. Now, at this point, it's not the time for making arguments. It's just the time for laying out the evidence in the foundation. So you're not going to see Lally making an argument at this point. So as far as his performance today, it was very simple. All he had to do was just lay out the evidence. So he didn't have to do it. The defense had a little bit more of a challenge because they had to try to create the impression that maybe the reports are false. So, for instance, they're trying to suggest that why are all the police seem to be putting in the wrong address and not putting in 34 Fairview? And the reason is that they're trying to keep people away, keep the public away from realizing that this happened at Brian Albert's house. And I think there's some truth to that. I mean, it's certainly plausible, right? Cops do take care of each other. Now, is it suspicious? No, not to me, but I think they'll be able to score some points on that because we've already seen a little bit at least from what Yannetti said, that Michael Proctor kind of said there won't be much attention on this because Brian's a cop. We've already seen that Chief Berkowitz contacted a reporter maybe within the week after this happened because that reporter had tweeted something about this happening on the home of Brian Albert's lawn. And so Chief Berkowitz got in touch with the reporter and said, can you please take that down because this Brian Albert is a pillar of the community, he said. So there is an effort here to there does seem to be a little bit of effort to try to direct people away from 34. Although, to be fair, it did also happen very close to the border of the property. So there could have been some confusion on that. If you look in that area, it is, it's definitely on the fringe. It's a little bit more on 34, but it's very close to 32. So hopefully the break will be ending soon. And I will continue to take notes just to remind people. Hopefully Jen Coffindaffer is still coming on. She had indicated she would, so I don't know what. Let's see, but later. Okay. Oh, okay. So Jen said she's in a meeting right now, so she'll be coming up later. And Kate will come on if she's got the jury duty thing going on, so she's probably going through this same process, and we'll see if she actually gets on to the jury. So she's in the prospective jury stage right now. And Karen McCormick will be available later. And then tonight, really special guest, Kevin J. Mahoney on. So I want to ask him a lot of these questions about what he thinks about that strategy. So we're going to get a lot about that. Court TV looks like they're moving me from 9 to 8. So I'll be on the 8 to 9 episode somewhere in there. The reason was they were under the false impression that I am an attorney. I am not an attorney. I never told them that. They didn't ask me that. Somehow they were putting me up against other attorneys. So I'll be there, and I've told them this is a live on set thing that I understand how they want an attorney at 9. I would much rather discuss the evidence and the case. So I'm more comfortable talking to the attorney. I'm more interested in talking to the attorneys, though I understand where Vinny wouldn't want that. But I don't really want to get up there and spend a half hour talking about why'd you cover this case and why are you doing YouTubing and what do you think of Dedham? That's all fun and interesting, but if I only have limited time, I'd really hope to be able to discuss the actual case and the evidence that's coming out, but we'll see how it goes. I'll be on tomorrow, sometime tonight and tomorrow between 8 and 9. But I'll be available if I recommended that they get Kevin J. Mahoney for 9 since he is a top-notch defense attorney that follows this case. So hopefully they'll get Kevin on. Hopefully he's not mad at me for recommending him. But if he doesn't come on, if they can't get anybody, I told him, hey, I'm putting on a suit and a tie, and I can discuss the evidence with the lawyers from the other side. So hopefully they're willing to do, hopefully I'll get to talk about the evidence. That's really what's most important to me. You guys know me. I've always been more interested in trying to take an objective view of the evidence. To me, the way I rank evidence, it's the physical evidence is the most important. And then after that, if you can find solid data, geofence data, communications, that kind of stuff. Eyewitness testimony is important, but it's difficult for me. I know that sometimes it's hard to interpret what people say and when they say it and stuff like that. So if the eyewitness testimony is not backed up from the other evidence or the data, I know that inevitably in every case there is certain eyewitness testimony that doesn't matter. But it was very important to me yesterday hearing Erin say that when she called Karen at 1 p.m. that Karen basically, said, I'm never going to see you guys again. This stunned Erin because Erin had become very close to Karen. And at that point, they didn't suspect Karen. And Karen, if she was being framed, would have had no idea that she was being framed at that time. So why would Karen think that? Cat Lady said, will you please post on the group? Is this the Facebook group that you just started, I think? Trying to make sure. Just looking at the comments. Keep it civil, guys. Don't make me get Tom after you. Say, BNGR says data don't lie, Kevin. That's not true. Data has to be interpreted. Okay, so some data doesn't lie. So if I call you at 9:15, the record of that call does not lie. But other types of data are more open to interpretation. So let's just take the health app data. The health app data says John was walking up and down stairs, but it says it at precisely the time that the Waze data and the GPS says that they were driving to the house. So one of those data sets is wrong. So one of those data sets is lying. Now you have to decide, and experts have to decide, and the jury has to decide which one. This is why you have to get as much data in as possible. So let's just even take a look at what a health app is. So when the health app is determining that you're going up and down stairs, it itself is taking other data and trying to interpret it. And the word interpret tells you that there's something going on that's going to be possibly inaccurate. It's not an exact thing. So the GPS is not really interpreting anything. That's a hard data that's coming in from the satellite to the chip. So, but that health app is interpreting data. Now, when I first started following this case, I thought that the health app was determine something, for instance, like going up and down stairs, that would be based on elevation. It's not. It's much the health app is more sophisticated than that in order to try to help determine. It's there to help determine if you're jogging, if you're walking, if you're running. That's what it's for. It's mostly an exercise app. So, and going up and down stairs is part of that. And so there are different sensors in that watch, but what I found is one of the things that could make the health app misinterpret you going up and down stairs is if and I haven't tried this out. I don't really use the health app, but you guys can try this out. So if you get in your car, or even possibly you might even be, I would guess you'd have to be in a car to do this. So if you're in a car and you're driving somewhere and you move your arm up and down like this, like let's say you're arguing with someone and you're making a point, doing that, it interprets that arm movement. That's what it interprets as. That's what makes it think you're going up and down stairs. So that's it's this data stuff is much more complicated than people think. So when people just run out there and say data doesn't lie, and they're just seizing on the one piece of data that they've heard that supports their side, you got to do better than that. You have to look at there's different data streams going on, and it requires a degree of interpretation. So so please, BNGR, don't ignore the other data. Okay. And understand that some data is much more hard than other data. Other data is open to a lot more interpretation. What Larry said was the phones don't lie about the calls, but he's throwing something out there and you're taking it out of context. So for instance, the fact that dude, someone named Smearing Feces automatically has to go. It's just stupid. All right. For instance, there's no question that based on the evidence obtained by the feds, that Brian Albert called. Oh, we're coming back. All right.
Back in session, you may be seated.
Your next witness, please, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth to call Mr. Timothy Nuttall to the stand.
Can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now and hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
You can stand or sit, whatever makes you more comfortable, sir.
And just bring that microphone down to you. Thank you.
How's that?
Okay. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Timothy Nuttall. Last name is Nuttall, Nuttall.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a firefighter paramedic with the town of Canton.
And how long have you been a firefighter paramedic in the town?
I believe 5 years and coming up on 6.
And prior to working in that capacity with the town of Canton, what, if any, other employment have you had within sort of the same field as far as being a paramedic?
To back up significantly, I got my EMT certification when I was still in high school through CMTI out of Weymouth. They're now owned by Brewster Ambulance. From there, I was employed by Cataldo Ambulance. I worked primarily in the city of Chelsea, running BLS transfers and eventually 911 shifts in that city, in that area of the world, if you will. From there, I decided I liked it. I decided to enroll in paramedic school. I went to the same school I went for my BLS certification, back to CMTI. I obtained my paramedic right before I turned 21. I stayed in the same area, primarily in Chelsea, and eventually edged my way into Everett a little bit and worked up there for about 7 years. During that time, I decided to be enroll into fire suppression side of things. So I was hired by the town of Scituate. I was put through the Mass Fire Academy out of Stowe, class 268 in Stowe, and worked for the Scituate Fire Department for about 18 months, and then transferred to the Canton Fire Department in November of 2019.
Just a couple questions about what you had just spoken about. So when you use the term sort of BLS, what does that mean?
So in EMS, there's two kind of branches. BLS is basic life support, which is EMT basic. Smaller skill set, if you will. Still running 911 emergencies, but that was kind of the stepping stone to see if you could do the job, if you like the job, and then you can advance on to ALS, advanced life support, which is the paramedic side of things. That's a broader skill set, many more medications, many more interventions that we can perform in the field. Obviously, I enjoyed the BLS side, so I advanced to the ALS side.
Now, as far as starting with becoming an EMT, what, if any, I mentioned you went to a CMTI school, but what type of education do you require prior to getting any sort of graduating or certification or something like that? What are the classes like?
So it kind of runs the gambit for emergency medicine. You start mostly with anatomy and physiology, the human body, progresses down to how those illnesses can progress and the natures of illness. Once that's kind of understood, then we advance on to pharmacology and interventions, just basic interventions that you can do. And then the basic interventions are further progressed into more advanced interventions throughout the program. Once you complete your didactic portion, where all that is kind of in the books, you then progress to clinical time in hospital. I can't speak to the hours off the top of my head. I can't remember, but many hours in the hospital, and then you progress to your field ride time, where you're in the back of an ALS ambulance with a preceptor, performing those skills, being evaluated, and being watched to make sure you're not causing any harm or going down the wrong treatment pathways. From there, once you complete that, you sit your national paramedic written. I'm a nationally certified paramedic, so I had to sit that written, and then finally a practical examination. And once you pass all that, you're certified to be a paramedic.
And so with respect to both your training as far as becoming an EMT and then your training as far as becoming a paramedic, there's sort of a written portion and a practical portion as well. Is that correct?
Correct.
Can you use the term in there as far as a preceptor? What exactly does that mean within your field?
So a preceptor is a senior paramedic who's been practicing for, it varies from place to place, but the standard is usually 3 to 5 years, who will watch you to make sure that you're not, like I said, drifting down the wrong path in terms of treatment, making sure that your care is adequate and not doing any harm. My preceptors that I was with, they were medics in the city of Brockton, so they had been around for a little while, and they were excellent at what they did, and they taught me quite a bit. I learned quite a bit in my ride time from them.
And in your role, post getting your certification in regard to those, have you acted as a preceptor for other sort of younger, less experienced?
Yeah, so I was a field training officer for the Cataldo for a brief stint right before I left the company. And I am currently a field training officer for the town of Canton.
And with respect to those certifications, is that sort of like a one-time blessing in perpetuity, or is there a continuing educational recertification process?
Right now for the town of Canton, that's a bidded position. I submitted an application writing, and I was selected. So I am currently on my group. I am our field training officer for my group 2.
Okay. And my apologies, poor question on my part. I was asking sort of more in general. So beyond the sort of preceptor sort of faction of that, just in regard to, in general, being an EMT and a paramedic, as far as your certifications are concerned, is that something that you have to continue? Is there any sort of recertification process, and how often is that?
Oh, I apologize. Okay, yes. So every 2 years, we're required, both by the national component and the state component, to complete a certain amount of hours per year for your recertification. I actually just recently recertified in March. I can't speak to the exact number of hours, but there's a national component, state component, and a local component, and the trainings are quite in-depth.
Now, turning your attention to your work with the Canton Fire Department, how many fire stations are there within the town of Canton?
We have 2 fire stations.
Okay, where are they located?
Station 1 is 99 Revere Street, and Station 2 is 7 Sassamon Street.
And when you're working with the Canton Fire Department, is there a typical kind of schedule or shift schedule that you're working on?
So my work schedule is I work 1 24-hour shift, 1 24-hour off, 1 24-hour shift on, and then 5 consecutive 24s off.
And as far as a 24-hour shift, what time to what time does that run with the Canton Fire?
For us, we report at 0800 to 0800.
So 8 a.m. to 8 a.m.?
Yes.
And within both of those station houses, how much sort of apparatus, or how many different sort of vehicles and apparatus do you have within each of those station houses?
For Station 1, 99 Revere Street, we have Car 5 staffed with a captain. We have Engine 3 staffed with 1 lieutenant, 2 firefighters, and Ambulance 1, who is staffed with two firefighters. We do have a PB waiver, so we will run paramedic basic on ambulance 1. However, that is primarily a double medic ambulance. And for station 2, it's a very similar setup. It is engine 4 with 2 firefighters and a lieutenant, and ambulance 2 with the same setup as ambulance 1. Both those stations also have ladders that run out of them, ladder 1 and ladder 2 respectively. And the crews from ambulance 1 or ambulance 2 will crossband those ladders as needed.
Now, with respect, if I could turn your attention to January 28th into January 29th, sort of Friday into a Saturday. Do you recall 2022? Do you recall those days? Were you working one of those 2 days?
I was scheduled to work the morning of the 29th, I believe.
So you were scheduled to work essentially the morning, 8 a.m. on the 29th until 8 a.m. on the 30th? Correct. And prior to, or the 28th sort of going into the 29th, what, if anything, were you aware of as far as weather that had been forecasted or that was reported to come?
I was aware that there was a significant storm, supposedly. Well, there was a significant storm coming through. I woke up very early that morning just to check. I took a peek outside of my house. I live in the city of Brockton. I noticed that the conditions it was starting to snow a little bit. So I got up early and got ready for work and left earlier than I normally do.
And about what time, which station were you assigned to on that?
I was at Station 1, 99 Revere Street, and I was on Ambulance 1 for the day.
And about what time did you arrive at Station 1?
Due to the inclement weather, I believe I arrived several hours early. I showed up to the station around 5:45, 5:50 that morning.
And around the time that you were driving from your home to Station 1 in Canton, what, if anything, did you note as far as sort of the driving conditions, visibility, anything else?
The snow was starting to accumulate. The roads, I drove through several towns, but the roads were starting to be treated, but they weren't pristine. There was obviously a buildup of snow starting on my ride, which was part of the reason I left early, just either to relieve people if they needed to get out before the storm really hit, or just to help them with snow removal.
And to that point, when it comes to sort of snow removal at the fire station, what, if any, sort of duties and responsibilities do yourself and the other firefighters have to in relation to snow removal around the station?
So we're responsible around the station to keep what we refer to as the apron clear of snow. The apron is where we back our fire trucks into and out of the station. So we remove all that ourselves. We have a plow truck. However, we'll also shovel walkways and stuff for the public if they need to get in. So that was one of the primary. For the crew was actually outside removing snow when I pulled in to the station that morning.
And it may be pretty self-explanatory, but as far as the apron itself, why is it so necessary that the apron remain clear as far as snow is concerned?
Just to maintain a path for the emergency apparatus to get in and out in a timely manner.
Now, beyond sort of the snow accumulation that you noted on your way to work that day, what, if anything else, did you note as far as the weather conditions, whether it be temperature, winds, anything to that effect?
They were approaching blizzard conditions. It was windy. It was still very early in the morning, so it was quite dark, and it was windy and snowy. So we were approaching blizzard conditions, like I said.
And when you arrived there, did a call come into your station sometime around or shortly after 6 o'clock in the morning on the 29th?
Yeah, I arrived, as I previously stated, around 5:50. I had put my gear, my firefighting structural gear, out with Ambulance 1, just in the event that there was an emergency. And as I was doing that, the emergency tones went off for a medical.
Do you recall what was the report in regard to, what was the dispatch in regard to as far as the medical was concerned?
The overhead dispatch came in as a unresponsive male in a snowbank at 34 Fairview Road outside. Unclear any further information. So when that came on, we had one of the paramedics that morning and one of the firefighters, who was a relatively new firefighter, I made the decision to step onto the ambulance to provide an extra set of hands as one of the more senior paramedics in the station at the time.
And correct me if I'm wrong, when you step onto the ambulance, you're essentially still sort of getting your gear on and getting dressed, correct?
Correct. I was, as the tones were going off, and because I came in so early, I was still in civilian clothing. I had a Canton Fire t-shirt on. So I actually donned my turnout gear for that call.
And as far as the other individuals on that ambulance one that were going to that call as well, who were they?
So it was firefighter paramedic Anthony Flatti and firefighter EMT Matt Kelly.
And Mr. Kelly, he was sort of the less experienced one at that time, is that correct?
Correct.
So you get into the back of the ambulance and start going to the scene. Now, as far as other sort of vehicles or apparatus, who, if anyone, or what, if any, other sort of vehicles were dispatched on this call as well?
The initial dispatch was Canton Engine 3 and Canton Ambulance 1. Due to the severity of the call, depending on how it comes in, the shift commander, which is Car 5, he will usually respond to any significant incident. So he also added himself to the call, just as a senior officer with us. So the final dispatch, I believe, was Car 5, Engine 3, and Ambulance 1.
You know who was on Engine 3 and who was in Car 5?
Car 5 was Captain Robery. Engine 3 was Lieutenant Greg Woodbury, firefighter Frank Walsh, and firefighter Katie McLaughlin.
As far as the Ambulance 1 that you were in, obviously there's somebody driving and there's somebody in the front passenger seat, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so who was driving and who was in the front passenger seat?
I don't want to speak out of turn. I honestly can't tell you who was driving. I was in the back. I was in the back patient compartment of the ambulance, just because there's only 2 seats up front. So I hopped in the back.
And so when you're in the back of the ambulance and you're going to the call, what is it that you're doing in sort of preparation for arrival?
So as I previously stated, I came in early, so I was donning my turnout gear. I had my boots and structural firefighting pants on. So I finished putting those on and I put the rest of my gear in the back. And as we were driving to the scene of the incident, I started prepping the gear that we were going to need off the initial dispatch and unresponsive mail in the snow. So I grabbed our first in bag, which has miscellaneous medical supplies, some IV supplies, and interosseous drill kit. The airway bag, which has just a bottle of oxygen, and then quite a bit of airway management supplies, and our cardiac monitor. So I had all of those prepped out and ready to go. So as soon as the ambulance was in park, we could step right out, ascertain what we had, and go from there. So when the ambulance arrived on scene, I had all 3 of those bags on my person, and we were able to, the entire ambulance crew was able to step out and provide patient care.
And as far as, if you know, approximately how much time elapsed between the time that you hear sort of the sound go off and you get in the ambulance to the time that you arrive on scene on Fairview?
I couldn't give you an accurate estimation of the time. Like I said, I was in the back. I was trying to prep everything and get myself kind of prepped just in terms of appropriate attire. So I couldn't give you a fair estimate.
And as far as when you arrive on scene, you step out of the back of the ambulance, is that correct?
Yes.
And as far as the weather conditions where you were on Fairview, what, if any, difference was there between the weather conditions there versus the weather conditions when you were arriving at the station?
I remember, as I previously stated, I remember it was still very dark. The sun was not up yet. I remember the wind. It was quite windy that morning. The wind had, in my opinion, had seemed to have picked up since my drive in, and the snow was increased.
And so when you step out of the ambulance, can you describe for the jury sort of where you go and sort of what is it that you first see when you get out?
So I stepped out of the ambulance and came around with all 3 bags. I could hear commotion. I could hear some screaming off in the distance. I couldn't really tell you where it was coming from because it was still quite dark. Came around the passenger side of the ambulance, walked in front of the ambulance. And there was a small huddle of 3 individuals and what appeared to be a human form laying in the snow. So we made our way over to that and went from there.
And when you come around the passenger side of the ambulance and you observe that and start to, are you sort of turning left or right, or how are you heading when you come around the ambulance?
I came out of the ambulance on the passenger side and I took a left.
And you make your way over to the patient on the ground, is that correct?
Correct.
And as far as the other people that you observed around the patient, how would you, or what if any description do you have of those people?
There were 3 individuals. I believe they were all 3 of them were female. My primary focus was the individual in the snow on the ground. I went right to him. I kind of bypassed everybody from there and went directly to that individual.
Is that sort of typically how you approach a scene? Is just sort of tunnel vision right for the patient?
Typically on a call like that, where if somebody's unresponsive on the ground, you typically go directly to the patient and ascertain if they are breathing and if they have signs of life, because that is a time-sensitive matter.
And as far as the individual, not then, but at some point subsequent, did you learn the identity of the person on the ground?
It did. It was Officer O'Keefe, John O'Keefe.
And how was Officer Mr. O'Keefe's body positioned in relation to the ground when you first approached him?
So I found him supine, laying in the snow. Immediately went to him and checked him for signs of life. We found none. We found no breathing, no pulse. So we immediately began performing high quality CPR. I was at the head of the individual, so I immediately grabbed out of our airway bag a bag valve mask and began ventilating the patient, trying to get some oxygen into him while the others on scene, like I said, began high quality CPR.
And again, maybe pretty well understood. When you use the term supine, what exactly do you mean?
He was laying on his back.
Laying on his back, his head sort of facing up, is that correct?
Correct.
And when you are responding to a call of this nature, there's you and there's other individuals on the ambulance as well, correct?
Correct.
And is there a certain division as far as treatment and diagnosis and things of that nature are concerned between you and the other people on the ambulance?
So typically, just to use the scenario of a cardiac arrest with 2 paramedics, it's generally split into the airway individual or the airway monitor and the, lack of a better term, code monitor. The airway individual will be responsible for ventilation and eventually advanced airway placement. The other part of that equation will monitor cardiac status, cardiac activity. They will deliver medications and a route for those medications, and they will work together to monitor that patient throughout. As I said, I was on the head. I just happened to fall at the head. So I took the ventilation portion of that.
And you use the term as far as a bag valve mask, is that correct? And can you explain to the jury sort of what that is?
All that is it's, for lack of a better term, it's basically a glorified balloon with a mask on it. When you squeeze that bag, that forces air into the airway, so you can ventilate an individual who is no longer breathing on their own.
And as far as obviously with your work with the fire department, there are sort of records or reports that are written in regard to treatment of different individuals on any given call, correct?
Correct.
And is there an acronym that's used within those reports as far as bag valve masks?
BVM.
And turning back to sort of when you initially approach where Mr. O'Keefe is, how far away from, where is he in relation to, well, let me back up to school, okay? So you arrive at this residence at 34 Fairview Road, correct? Yep. Okay. So if I'm standing on the street and I'm facing Fairview Road, is Mr. O'Keefe's body to the left, to the right, center, or something else?
I would say to the left of center.
And what, if anything, did you sort of note or observe sort of in the general area as far as where Mr. O'Keefe was?
In terms of when I got to him?
Yes.
So when I first got to him, we checked for signs of life, and I was, as stated, at the head. There was a small pool of blood that seemed to be underneath him. It was hard to ascertain, again, because of the conditions. It was still very dark. It was snowing, and it was quite windy. So we were able to check the area as best we could with our handheld lights. But that was one of the things that I noted. There was a pool of blood.
Now, where Mr. O'Keefe's body was in relation to the roadway, if you know, how far away, where was it in relation to the roadway?
I estimated it about where the sidewalk met the front lawn of that residence. That would be my best estimation.
Do you have any estimate as far as footage or anything like that?
I would say about 6-8 feet, perhaps.
That's approximately 6 to 8 feet from the curb.
Correct.
So you indicated that sort of what are the first things that you're checking as far as when you first arrive at a patient for this kind of thing?
I'm sorry, could you repeat?
That's okay. That's okay. It's my fault. So as far as when you, let me back you up for just one second. You use the term in there as far as a cardiac arrest, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean based on your training and experience?
So cardiac arrest is the cessation of a stable cardiac rhythm in terms of life. Typically, it's either asystole, pulseless electrical activity, or VFib or VTAC. Typically, you ascertain that, but there's no pulse. You check any of the pulses, be it a femoral pulse, a carotid pulse, or a radial pulse, you will find nothing. And when that is found, you go to life-saving measures, which is CPR.
And just in reference to one other term you used in there as far as asystole, if you could explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean based on your training experience.
Asystole, to put it as clear as I can, is a flat line. There's no electrical activity in the heart.
And so you're working sort of at the head of Mr. O'Keefe, is that correct?
Correct.
And sort of while he's still on the ground, and what is it that you're specifically sort of doing in reference to your treatment of that?
So I was, as we talked about earlier, I had a BVM, bag valve mask, and I had Mr. O'Keefe, I was ventilating him. So I had the mask on his face, and I was giving him positive pressure breaths with that BVM.
And as you're doing that, what, if anything else, did you observe beyond sort of the blood pooling you've already talked about, as far as any tactile observations you made of Mr. O'Keefe, any visual observations you made of Mr. O'Keefe at that point outside of the ambulance?
He was dressed for the weather. He had several layers on. Other than that, our primary focus was kind of getting him extricated and out of the elements, just because it was, as stated, conditions were suboptimal, and we wanted to get him into an environment with better lighting and some heat, so we could further assess if he had any injuries and go from there.
And so the other firefighters, paramedics, excuse me, that are on the ambulance with you, while you're doing sort of the back valve mask at his head, what, if anything, are they doing?
I believe the other firefighters that were dispatched, they were getting extrication equipment. I believe we put this individual on what we refer to as a scoop stretcher, which is basically a long plastic stretcher that we can roll an individual onto and then just pick him up, just for our safety and the safety of the patient. It's just really just a long board that we can pick up and then put onto our ambulance stretcher. So somebody was grabbing the scoop stretcher, somebody else was grabbing the ambulance stretcher, and I believe that was a coordinated effort on their part.
And I apologize for keep going back and forth, but if I could take you back just one moment before that. So when you first sort of arrived to Mr. O'Keefe, you mentioned that there were 3 females sort of huddled around. Is that correct?
Correct.
What, if anything, did you observe any of those females doing with respect to Mr. O'Keefe when you first got there?
That group seemed to be agitated. It was a scene of heightened emotions. As I stated, when I stepped out of the ambulance, I could hear screaming, I could hear people yelling, and it seemed just to be, that group was just quite agitated.
Now, at some point you get him on the scoop stretcher and then over to the ambulance, correct?
Correct.
And when you get to the ambulance, what, if anything, did you note as far as what, if any, difference was there in the lighting in the back of the ambulance versus on the front lawn?
The lighting was significantly better. All of our ambulances have fluorescent lighting in the ceiling of the ambulance, so those were on, and we were able to see that there was some more injuries once we were able to get him out of his winter clothing.
And so, to that point, when you sort of first get into the back of the ambulance, what is sort of the protocol? What is it that each of you are sort of doing with respect to patient care at that?
So the biggest priority is continuous high quality CPR. And that is the biggest thing with any cardiac arrest is uninterruption of compressions. So when we got him into the back of the ambulance, we continued CPR throughout. So while multiple people were performing CPR and eventually a mechanical CPR device was applied, those compressions were uninterrupted and others were removing clothing, I honestly couldn't tell you the number of articles of clothing, but I believe a winter jacket and a sweatshirt were removed. And then eventually he was, all the clothing was removed, and that's protocol for any cardiac arrest or any traumatic injury is usually all clothing is removed so we can have unfettered access to the individual to see if there are any other injuries.
And why is that the protocol?
You mentioned earlier, sir, that there is tunnel vision. The absence of clothing kind of helps to remove that so you can see everything. You can assess everything.
And you mentioned sort of a mechanical means of CPR. Is there a specific device that's used for that?
Yes, we use a Lucas device manufactured by Stryker. And for lack of a better term, it's basically just a plunger that does CPR. It frees up a set of hands for us, and that can provide CPR uninterrupted as long as the batteries last.
Now, at the time that you get him get Mr. O'Keefe into the back of the ambulance and you removing some of the clothing, what, if anything, did you note at that time or at any subsequent time in regard to footwear?
To be candid, I wasn't really looking at the footwear. I believe it was brought to my attention when we eventually transferred patient care at Good Samaritan Medical Center that the individual was missing a shoe. However, that wasn't my primary focus at the time.
And the items of clothing that were removed from within the ambulance, eventually when you transfer that patient care to the hospital, what, if anything, happens with that?
In terms of the chain of custody of the clothing, that is typically brought in either with the individual or after. And that is usually deposited on the floor of the room where that patient is. And then the hospital takes custody of it. Occasionally we'll put it in bags. However, I could not speak to where that clothing went on this case.
But fair to say whatever clothing was taken off from the ambulance left the ambulance at some point.
Correct.
And went to the hospital, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, when you have Mr. O'Keefe in the back of the ambulance and the lighting is better, what, if anything, did you observe following sort of the removal of the clothing as far as what, if any, injuries did you observe to Mr. O'Keefe in that sense?
He was noted to have, and I was right at the head, he was noted to have a hematoma on the right side of his face, just above his eye on his forehead. And there was some scratches on the right arm, the upper arm.
And use the term as far as a hematoma. Could you explain what you understand that term to me?
Lack of a better term is just an egg. He had a pretty good egg on his head.
And as far as anything beyond that, did you observe anything or note anything beyond the egg on the head and scratches on the right arm?
As we got further down our treatment modality, we went to place an advanced airway. It was noted to have some blood, some mucus, and some bile in the back of his airway that was then suctioned out before we placed our endotracheal tube.
And what is an endotracheal tube?
So an endotracheal tube is basically, it's just a plastic tube that is passed through the mouth into the trachea through the vocal cords. It's a definitive airway, if you will. It isolates the trachea so you can better ventilate your patient, and you don't have to worry about any air getting into the stomach, any gastric insufflation. And that is the gold standard for cardiac arrest, is a properly placed endotracheal tube.
You mentioned there were some substances that were suctioned from his airway. Is that correct? Correct. Okay. What were they again? I'm sorry.
I believe it was blood, bile, and mucus.
And do you have any idea how much of that was suctioned?
I couldn't give you an exact number, but it was enough that we needed to set up a suction system to remove it before we intubated.
Just turning briefly again to the arm. These were injuries that you observed on his right arm. Is that correct?
Correct.
What, if any, injuries did you observe on his left
arm? I don't believe I saw any, to my knowledge.
And as far as your memory, as far as his right arm, how far did it sort of extend, and where was it located? Sort of upper arm, lower arm, both, or where was it?
I believe it was just below his shoulder. They ran, I would say, probably 3 or 4 inches from, I would say, about the shoulder right down to maybe 2 inches above the elbow.
And as far as Mr. O'Keefe's nose, what, if any, observations did you make of that?
Initially, it was noted to be very cold. The individual was cold all around to the touch, but his nose was also quite cold, quite white, just because he had been in the elements for a little while. There appeared to be a little bit of blood on his nose as well. Yeah.
And through your training experience, are you familiar with a term or a device known as an OPA?
Correct. Yes.
Can you explain to the jury sort of what OPA stands for, and what is that device? What does it do?
So OPA, or oral pharyngeal airway, is basically a small plastic device that is curved. And when inserted into the mouth, all it does is it prevents the tongue from falling backwards into the airway and occluding the airway. It's relatively simple, but it's very effective in keeping an airway open.
Just turning back for one moment to the injuries that you observed on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, were those injuries that were actively bleeding at the time that you observed them?
No.
What, if anything, did you observe as to that in reference to those injuries on the arm?
Those injuries seem to have been congealed. In my opinion, it looked like they had been cold, which could have aided in the clotting of those injuries. But when we observed them, they were not bleeding.
And you mentioned a little bit about Mr. O'Keefe's nose. What, if any, observations did you make as far as any sort of digits, whether they be his hand, his feet, or something else?
So all of his digits on the upper extremities were noted to, they were very cold. They were immobile. They were very stiff. I'm presuming due to the exposure, because when we got him onto the ambulance, when we were removing clothing, it was noted that all of his digits were very stiff. They were immobile, and it caused a little bit of problems just trying to get clothing off of him, just because they were so stiff.
And taking you back outside of the ambulance just for a moment, when you're sort of initially there and you're doing your assessment, and the 3 females are in your general area, correct?
Correct.
And at some point, you or any of the other paramedics or EMTs on scene ask them any questions about what had happened or anything like that?
So as I was ventilating at the head, there was a small delay in just getting equipment, nothing significant, just enough time that as I was ventilating, I was able to ask, did anybody see anything? Did anybody what happened. And there was one individual that replied several times, "I hit him. I hit him."
And did you know that individual at that time?
I did not.
Can you describe the individual that said that?
I would describe her as mid 40s, average build, average height. And the other two, very similar.
And with reference to that statement of "I hit him," is that something that she said once or more than once or something?
It was several times.
And as far as the tone or demeanor, how loudly was this being said?
As previously stated, they seemed to be erratic. There was a lot going on in that scene. It did seem to be said over and over and at varying volumes. And then there was just a lot of, everybody appeared to be quite flustered.
And the individual, one of the three females that said that, what, if any, observations did you make as to her face or anything?
The individual that said, I hit him," appeared to have some blood on her face, presumably from attempting CPR prior to our arrival.
And you say presumably attempting CPR. When you first arrived at Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything, did you observe any of the females doing with reference to Mr. O'Keefe?
Mr. O'Keefe was not being touched by any individual when I first got to him. That whole group was kind of pacing around, lack of a better term, kind of running around in circles. But Mr. O'Keefe was not being, there was no interventions being done to Mr. O'Keefe when I got to him.
And to be clear, sort of when you're in the back, fast forwarding now to sort of in the back of the ambulance, you're, again, sort of focused on the respiratory in the head, correct?
Correct.
And who, if anyone else from your apartment, is in the back of the ambulance, and what, if anything, are they doing at that?
So at that point, I had myself and Matt Kelly, EMT Kelly. He was kind of with me for the head. One of the, for lack of a better term, easier operations of a cardiac arrest is ventilation. So Matt Kelly was assisting me with ventilations, is just squeezing the BVM to provide ventilation. The lead paramedic for the cardiac arrest was Anthony Flatti. He was running everything else. He was running the application of the cardiac monitor. He was monitoring the status of medications being administered. He was assisted with that by Katie McLaughlin, Lieutenant Woodbury, and Firefighter Walsh.
And at some point, Firefighter Flatti, at this point that you're in the back of the ambulance, you don't have any sort of demographic information in regard to your patient, correct?
Correct.
So what, if anything, did Firefighter Flatti ask anybody else to do in regard to obtain?
I believe he asked Firefighter McLaughlin to exit the ambulance and gather some information from the bystanders in terms of name, date of birth, any significant medical history or medications, just so we could further treat the patient.
And to the best of your knowledge, Firefighter McLaughlin leaves the ambulance to do that, is that correct?
Correct.
But you weren't present for any of that, correct?
No.
So there's some period of time in the back of the ambulance, and then the transport to Good Samaritan happens, is that correct?
Correct.
Do you recall where different people from your department were in relation to that transport to the hospital?
So the transport in the back in the patient compartment was myself, Firefighter Kelly, and Firefighter Flatti, with Firefighter McLaughlin driving ambulance 1.
I have one moment.
Yes.
So when it comes to the report that you were testifying about before, there was a report generated in regard to this, is that correct?
Correct.
And who has the sort of duty and responsibility of compiling that?
That would have been Anthony Flatti.
And have you seen Firefighter Flamatti's report in relation to this incident?
I have.
May I approach the witness, John?
Yes.
show me the document after just do that. And then we'll look up when you finish.
All right.
Do you recognize that, sir?
I do.
And what do you recognize that, sir?
This is what I believe to be the ENFERS report written by Captain Robery and the patient care report written by firefighter Flatti.
Thanks, sir. May I approach, John?
Yes.
I'm up and seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit, I believe.
It's already pre-marked, or you're moving to introduce it now? Is there an objection?
You may have just one go.
Okay.
No objection.
Patient care report. And
All right, that will be marked, Madam Court Reporter, please.
And
thank you very much.
Doctor, if I could ask for the lights in the little. Ms. Gilman, if I could have what's been previously marked as exhibit number 9. Mr. Nuttall, just directing your attention up to the screen there and what's been previously marked as exhibit number 9. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
I do.
What do you recognize that?
I believe that's B34 Fairview Road.
Is that a relatively fair and accurate portrayal of what it looked like around the time that you arrived there, absent sort of lighting conditions and things of that nature?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 18. May I approach the witness, Sharon?
Yes.
Sure, there should be, so basically that button on top there.
All right.
And Mr. Nuttall, if I could ask you, using that laser pointer before you, well, first let me ask, do you recognize what's up on the screen as exhibit 18?
Yeah. Again, 34 Fairview Road.
And the area where you first observed Mr. O'Keefe supine on the lawn and the 3 females around him. You see that area in this photograph?
I do.
And if you could, using that laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention to where in this photograph you see that.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I would say right around this general area, right about here.
And lastly, Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 14. And again, sir, do you recognize what's up on the screen as exhibit number 14?
I do.
When do you recognize that?
That I believe to be is where we found Mr. O'Keefe.
And as far as the pooling of the blood that you observed around Mr. O'Keefe's head, do you observe that area within this photograph as well?
Yes.
If you could, again, using that laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention to where in this photograph you observed that.
They were right around in this general area from there.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Officer, we can have the lights back up. Your Honor, may I approach just to retrieve that?
Yes.
I have no further questions for this witness at this time, ma'am.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Afternoon, Firefighter Nuttall.
Sir, how are you?
You were coming up, I want to make sure I get the timing right. You were coming off of nearly a 24-hour shift when you got the call?
No, sir. I was reporting for duty that morning.
Just starting the shift when you got the call. Understood. I want to ask one quick question that you mentioned just a couple of seconds ago under questioning by Mr. Lally. With regard to the clothing, the normal protocol for clothing that's removed from a patient.
Yes.
You said it's oftentimes just sort of discarded onto the floor.
In terms of in the ambulance or at the hospital?
Either one.
Yes.
Okay. Both?
So typically When we remove clothing in the back of the ambulance, it's generally done with trauma shears. So we will expose and then kind of fold over. That clothing is then usually left in place. We'll do a quick roll just to check the back of the patient, and then he's usually rolled back if there's nothing found, and it's typically left there. In terms of like big puffy jackets, if you cut a puffy jacket, it just makes quite the mess. So yeah, exactly. It's a disaster. So typically those bigger jackets are just removed, and that is when we removed that type of article of clothing, that's when we noticed that his hands were quite rigid.
So that's what happened in this case.
Correct.
You removed the big heavy jacket, discarded it, got it away from the body so you could better assess the injuries.
Correct.
And it was only then, after you removed this big heavy winter coat, that you could assess that his hands were stiff and cold.
We noted the hands, but it came more into light, if you will, when we removed that coat.
Got it. And you have as good a memory about that as you do the rest of the scene that morning.
In terms of removing the article of clothing?
Correct.
I did not remove any article of clothing. I was ventilating.
But you remember him having the big jacket on?
Correct.
Okay. And you remember that as well as you remember the other specifics of the incident?
Yes.
Okay. When responding to a scene, I want to dovetail on the same subject, but just come at it in a little bit different way, if you would indulge me. When responding to a scene, one of your jobs has to be to sort of immediately take note of and assess the situation of the patient that you're dealing with, correct? A motorcycle accident is going to be very different than a drowning.
Exactly.
Someone, in this case, exposed in a snowbank, you're going to deal with or assess and note the weather.
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
You're also going to note and assess the condition of the patient.
Correct.
As it pertains to the weather.
Yes.
So someone, for instance, that's in a snowbank naked, no clothes on at all, is going to be a little bit different assessment than someone who's completely dressed for winter, correct?
The initial assessment with every patient is going to be automatically circulation, airway, breathing.
Understood.
We approached this individual the exact same way. Is automatically went directly to cardiac. Make sure.
I guess what I'm asking is your attention is focused on some of those details for sure.
Correct.
All right. And that's how you remember that big heavy coat that he was wearing, correct?
I remember he was appropriately dressed. Correct.
Okay. As a matter of fact, you testified to that in the grand jury that, quote unquote, he had a heavy coat on.
Yes.
Consistent with how you're testifying today. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. Your Honor, I'd like to mark 2 photographs as next in order. Have not yet been marked. I believe it would be 160.
It doesn't matter so much the number, but why don't you just show the prosecutor the photos?
161 and 162 in order. May I approach?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to ask you, first of all, whether or not you recognize what's depicted in those photos.
Honestly, sir, I couldn't recall the exact, but yeah.
You do recognize them?
Yes.
Does that appear to be what John O'Keefe was wearing when you found him?
I don't recall, sir, to be perfectly honest.
May I approach him?
Yes.
Do you recall this being part of, let me ask you a different way. Do you remember somebody cutting this off of John O'Keefe at the time?
I remember the clothing being removed.
Okay, but you don't remember this clothing?
I could say that he had clothing removed, but I couldn't tell you exactly what it was.
And you've just looked at these. This, what I'm holding in my hand, appears to be the front and back of a thing.
So don't hold it up to him from that distance where he said he doesn't recognize it. You can put it back in front of him. Don't hold it up for the jury, please.
May I?
Yes.
That appeared to be a thin cotton hoodie.
Yeah, that appears to be a thinner layer of clothing.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Not a heavy coat. Is that fair?
Fair.
Not a winter jacket.
Fair.
Is it fair to say you had a lot on your mind when you were out at that scene, correct?
In terms of just the
saving a man's life.
Correct.
That's your credentials are impressive. You were there focused on one thing, and that is trying to make sure that a man did not die.
Correct.
Would you agree that that was your primary concern and your primary focus the entire time you were at the scene?
Correct.
You weren't necessarily worried about what other individuals were doing, correct?
No.
If I asked you right now off the top of your head, tell me exactly the number of law enforcement officers that were there at the scene, probably couldn't tell me, could you?
No.
If I asked you whether or not you remember every single civilian that was at the scene, probably couldn't tell me, correct?
Outside of the three?
Outside of the three.
Correct.
Any other civilians?
Not that I noted.
Okay. Matter of fact, you can't even identify the three civilians other than generally middle-aged, 40s, Caucasian, female.
Correct.
You said all three of them sort of looked alike, right?
Without the only defining feature on one of the individuals was one of the individuals did have blood on their face.
So some of the specifics of that scene you didn't pay special note to, correct?
No, we were focused on patient care.
Is it fair to say that, specifically as it pertains to what the victim was wearing, your memory might be a little faulty where that's concerned?
Sure.
Okay. I mean, nothing wrong with that. You were focused on something completely different.
Correct.
You did notice certain injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's person, correct?
Correct.
And you indicated on direct examination that once you got him into the back of the ambulance, you, as you put it, you had a quote unquote much better picture of what you were dealing with. Is that right?
Correct.
You testified at the grand jury that you noted that once he was in the back of the ambulance under better lighting, you were able to tell that he had trauma to the right side of his head.
Correct.
Is that right?
Yes.
Are you talking about the major trauma that he suffered to the back of his head or the egg that you earlier described?
I was more just because it was directly in front of me. It was on the front side of his head.
Okay. So it wasn't the right side of his head. If you said right side of your head, you might point above your ear, right?
Correct.
That's not
Yes.
where you're talking about.
I was, and if, to use my person, I would say right here. So more towards the right, above his right eye.
Right of center, but still on the front of his head.
Correct.
And you did not make any note of another injury on the back of his head.
No.
You talked about the injuries to the right side of his arm, correct?
Correct.
You noted that those injuries appeared to be scratches.
Yes.
That's your word, not mine, right?
Correct.
You didn't say that those were blunt force trauma. You didn't say that they were abrasions.
Scratches and abrasions, in my point of view, seem to go hand in hand.
But the word that you used was scratches.
Yes, they were like furrows down.
Say that again?
Furrows, if you will, for lack of a better term. Just.
I don't understand that word.
So if you remove something,
Yes.
like you create a furrow in the skin, is that?
Furrows.
Yes, there you go. Sorry, excuse my accent.
Oh, no. I'm on your turf.
Fair enough.
It's my accent. I'm so sorry. Boy, that one. It's going to be a meme somewhere.
Hey, my cousin Vinny.
Yeah, got it. All right. So when you said furrows, you made your hand in almost like a claw and drug it against your right biceps.
Objection.
Sustained.
Can you repeat the movement that you did for the jurors when you said furrows?
Objection.
Sustained. Just move on to the next question, please.
You would agree that a very common cause of a hematoma over one's eye is being hit or punched.
Correct.
Is that right?
Yes.
You said that Mr. O'Keefe did have such a hematoma over his right eye, correct?
Yes.
Did you also see a laceration under the eyebrow but above the lid on his right eye?
I don't recall.
Did you see a laceration on Mr. O'Keefe's nose?
I don't recall.
You did note that there was some blood on his nose, correct?
Correct.
That possible that came from a small laceration.
Yes.
In your experience, well, let me ask another question. Did it look like he had, in addition to the egg on the right side of his head, in the front, did it also have a black eye on the left side?
If memory serves correct, yes.
So both eyes were blackened.
Primarily the right side, if memory serves.
Okay. And the laceration toward the right side?
Yes.
Over the right eye. Are those injuries that you just described consistent or inconsistent with some sort of physical altercation?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Next question, please.
Did it appear to you, just from your initial assessment, given your experience, training, and background, that those injuries looked like he had been in a fight?
Objection.
I'll see counsel at sidebar, please.
So it would seem that the witness, the firefighter, first responder, who was excellent and very credible, did misremember that there was a winter jacket. And I guess what would have triggered that was John was wearing a thin sweat, what's called a long sleeve t-shirt, but it was a hooded long sleeve t-shirt. So probably the existence of the hood created in his mind in those circumstances later on a memory of there being a jacket on. But it doesn't seem that's going to be the case here. Again, this is just really highlights how imperfect memory is, and nothing unusual about that at all. I thought it was great that he referenced my cousin Vinny, because this is kind of a flip reverse of that, right? Coming up here. He did not see a laceration on the nose, but there was blood on the nose, so he said that could have been from that. And what else do we got here? Let's see what else you guys got. Oh, the big thing was the clothing was removed in the ambulance, as I speculated on a long time ago here, many times, as people were always saying how the clothes were handled. Okay, we're back.
Thank you.
Sir.
Little break. In your experience as obviously a training firefighter, tell me the word again that you used.
Field training officer or preceptor.
Thank you. As a field training officer, have you seen in your experience the product or the injuries that can be produced from fistfights? Yes. Okay. Injuries to the face?
Yes.
Injuries to the mouth?
Yes.
Injuries to the nose?
Yes.
To the ears?
Yep.
To the eyes? Defensive wounds on the hands?
Yes.
Did you note we've already talked about, and I don't want to go over all this again. You've already noted what the injuries to the face were that you saw Mr. O'Keefe having suffered.
Yes.
Were those consistent or inconsistent with a physical altercation?
I couldn't say.
Were they consistent or inconsistent with being in a fight?
I couldn't say.
Was that egg over his right eye consistent or inconsistent with him having been punched or hit?
I couldn't say.
I thought you said that one of the common causes of an egg like that, a hematoma, as you put it, over someone's eye, is being hit or punched.
There's quite a few reasons that somebody could get an egg, such as that over their head. I mean, you could get hit with a golf ball,
of course,
for instance.
I'm not asking you to the exclusion of everything else.
Yeah.
I'm asking you, is it consistent?
It's consistent. It could be.
Okay. And the other injuries as well?
Correct.
Okay. Did you see bruising to the back of one or both of his hands?
His hands were, as stated, they were very cold and very white. They were not well perfused. And when you don't have adequate perfusion, swelling and smaller injuries don't typically present themselves, if you will.
So you may not have seen that.
Correct.
The bruising may have been there.
It might have been there. It just wasn't observable just due to the condition of his hands.
Just may have overlooked.
Yes.
Okay. You indicated that you were not present when your colleague, Katie McLaughlin, was questioning anybody at the scene, correct?
Correct.
She's tasked with that responsibility, but you did not engage with her.
Correct.
Meaning, when I say engage with her, you weren't standing there with her.
No, I was in the back of the ambulance.
Okay. You claim to have heard this statement, I hit him,
Yes.
several times from the woman with blood on her face.
Correct.
You indicated that she was erratic,
Correct.
hysterical.
Correct.
You said, for lack of a better term, running around in circles.
Yes.
She seemed despondent or distraught,
Very distraught.
very upset.
Yes.
Was she saying anything else that you recall?
To me, I heard I hit him, and then I went back, obviously continuing on patient care, focusing on patient care.
Did you hear her say, could I have hit him?
I heard I hit him.
That's what you believe at this point?
That's what I heard.
Okay. Where exactly were you?
I was crouched at the head of Mr. O'Keefe.
Okay. You were asked that exact question at the grand jury, correct? To describe where you were and who was doing what?
To my knowledge, yes.
Okay. You were asked a question when you spoke to her and she said, I hit him. Were you with the other representatives, sir, there at the time? Were there other people around you? Do you remember being asked that question by a grand juror?
I don't recall.
Do you remember answering, no, there were other people around me. I had paramedics Flatti with me. I believe firefighter Kelly was there as well.
Correct. So the three of us were all providing patient care around Mr. O'Keefe.
And you indicated that we were all there together. You were kneeling and you were doing the airway while you called him Tony.
That's Anthony Tony. Yes.
All right. He was doing the CPR, correct?
Correct.
And it's absolutely clear in your mind that when that statement was made, you were knelt down over Mr. O'Keefe. Flatti was doing CPR. Kelly was with you guys, and you posed the question to her, do you know him? Correct?
Correct.
Great. So I want to make sure I understand this. You said, as you're knelt down, do you know him, directly to the female, and she answered your question with, I hit him.
Yes.
But that's not what you told Trooper Proctor in a February 8th interview.
Okay. I don't recall what I told Trooper Proctor.
Let's start at the beginning. Do you remember having a conversation with Trooper Proctor on February 8th?
I do.
That was obviously much closer in time than your grand jury testimony, correct?
Correct.
And years closer in time than your testimony now.
Correct.
Do you recall on February 8th telling Trooper Proctor that while you were rendering aid, you heard Karen say, I hit him, to another female on the scene?
To another female, as I stated, I heard several times I hit him. In terms of who that was directed towards, I mean, again, focused on patient care.
Understood. My question was a little bit different. Do you recall telling Trooper Proctor specifically that while you were rendering aid, you heard Karen say, I hit him, to another female on the scene, and the other female told Karen to be quiet?
I do recall that.
Okay. That's not what you testified to today, though.
Okay.
Matter of fact, that story has changed to you posed a question and she answered your question, correct?
Correct.
So which is it?
So when ventilating a patient, typically that is also used to gather information from bystanders, because as I'm ventilating, I can real quick look around. Do you know this individual? Do you know anything about this individual? That's fairly typical for any scenario in this. It's a very quick information gathering strategy.
But you'll agree that your testimony today has changed from what it was from your statement to Trooper Proctor on February 8th.
I don't know if it would so much say change, sir. To be honest, I don't fully recall that meeting with Mr. Proctor.
You don't, I'm sorry.
I remember meeting with him. However, I don't fully remember what was discussed.
So it's fair to say that your memory is a little bit faulty as it pertains to that time frame.
Absolutely.
Okay. When you went to the hospital with the patient, did you ever inform any of the doctors or nurses or medical professionals at the hospital that you had heard a female claim to have hit John O'Keefe, and that's the reason for his injuries?
I did not give the report to the hospital.
So the answer to that is no,
No.
you did not. As a first responder and a medical professional yourself, obviously you know that the cause and manner of the victim's injuries are incredibly important as it pertains to assessing how to treat that patient.
Correct.
Once you got back to the station and to take a breath, did you write any report?
I did not. No, I did not write the patient care report.
So you didn't write a report, just to finish my question, you didn't write a report that said, by the way, while I was out at the scene, I heard a female say, I hit him, and that's the cause and manner of the injuries.
Not to my knowledge.
Well, you would know if you wrote a report that said that.
Correct.
And you did not.
I did not write the patient care report.
Okay. At any time that day or any day subsequent thereto, did you contact the Canton Police Department, which were the first responders?
I did not.
So let me finish my question. And say, by the way, just so you know, I heard this woman say I hit him out of the scene.
I did not.
Did you ever, on that day or any day subsequent thereto, contact the Massachusetts State Police and say, I heard this person say I hit him?
I did not.
So the first time you ever repeated that statement was on February 8th with Trooper Proctor.
Correct.
And by the time we've come full circle to today, that statement has now pivoted.
In terms,
You didn't you didn't overhear the person say it to a female. Now she's talking directly to you now.
she spoke directly to me, yes.
Have you, just one last point, you've obviously noted that this case has gotten an enormous amount of notoriety, correct?
Correct.
How many times would you say that you've discussed this case and this incident with your fellow firefighters?
It's brought up around the station semi-frequently. However, being involved in it, we try to stay clear of it just because we are involved in it.
So the answer is, there've been many discussions.
Yes.
Probably daily.
Frequently.
Have any of those discussions helped you with what you earlier described as a little bit of a faulty memory around that time frame?
Objection, Your Honor.
You can have that. Have they?
Repeat the question for me, sir.
Sure. Have any of those discussions helped you with what you earlier described as a little bit of a faulty memory?
The memories that I have and the ones that I'm bringing up, I don't believe that they've changed. You know, I've played them over in my head to the best of my ability, and I don't believe my story is swayed. If they've been enunciated incorrectly on my part, that it wasn't intentional.
Understood.
Yeah.
And nobody's casting aspersions. Yeah. Memory's a funny thing. So your memory is as good about that as it is about that winter coat.
Yes, sir.
Thanks. That's all I have.
Mr. Lally?
Mr. Nuttall, when it comes to you being asked about consistency of causality as far as different injuries that you observed on Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Rephrase that for me.
Sure. Poorly phrased on my part. So you would have been asked on cross-examination about some things that the injuries you observed on Mr. O'Keefe could be consistent with as far as having been the cause of those injuries, correct?
Correct.
And how many sort of myriad of other causalities or how many myriad of other sort of things could have also been a cause of the injuries that you observed?
As stated, a lot. It's not typically just physical altercations. It could be, again, a golf ball could hit you in the head. That could cause similar injuries.
Just for clarity purposes, when you were asked about a particular time frame, were you talking about the time frame of January 29th, or were you talking about the time frame of February 8th when you met with Trooper Profit?
Sorry, sir, rephrase that for me.
Let me withdraw that and move on to something else. So what, just again, for clarity purposes, when you were asked about some statements that were attributed to you to Trooper Proctor during an interview, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so with regard to what you recall differently, is it the statement that the person, the female with the blood on her face, made to you, or the statement of the other female telling that person to be quiet?
So as stated, real quick, down and dirty, I asked, do you know this person? To which I hit him. And then in the background, I remember hearing over and over, I hit him. That was kind of pushed towards the back, and patient care took priority, if that answers your question.
Do you recall specifically at this time the other statements that you were asked about as far as whether or not the other female told that female to be quiet?
I do remember that, correct.
And the other statement as far as the female with blood on her face, and again, that was the differentiating character between the two females that you observed there, correct?
Correct.
And your memory of that statement is, I hit him, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further.
All right, Mr. Nuttall, you are all set, sir.
Thank you, everybody.
Do you have another witness, Mr. Lally, to start?
Yes, sir. Your Honor, the Commonwealth will call Mr. Anthony Flatti to the stand.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case now and hearing to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
How are you?
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Name is Anthony Flatti, last name spelled Flemmatti.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm a acting lieutenant at this time for the Canton Fire Department.
And how long in total have you worked for the Canton Fire Department?
Got hired in 2015, July of 2015, so coming up on 10 years.
And prior to working with the Canton Fire Department, what, if any, other work did you have within sort of the same field?
So in the same field, I worked for the Athol Fire Department for a few years, hired in 2012, March 2012 until July of 2015. So just transferred departments.
And even prior to working with the Athol Fire Department, did you work as an EMT anywhere?
Yep. So I worked as an EMT for American Medical Response out of Springfield and Holyoke. Worked for Fallon Ambulance. Started basic level of EMT around 2008, and then just different private ambulance companies around the state.
And just starting with the EMT side of it for the first, what, if any, training did you receive or education did you receive prior to getting your certification as an EMT?
There's different levels of certifications for EMTs. The EMT basic starts out with about 6 months, a couple nights a week for about, like I said, about 6 months. Take a certification, practical and written examination for that to get your basic level, and then you move on to the paramedic level of schooling as well.
Can you describe for the jury a little bit about sort of what that paramedic level of schooling is?
So the paramedic schooling starts, it's about 12 to 14 months, depends on the program, which school you go to. Night school 2 to 4 times a week. for about 14 months, and then you start going into a clinical phase where you go into the different operating rooms, emergency rooms, OB/GYN, cardiac CCU, ICU. You do about 300 hours of education in that. Once you've completed a bunch of skill checkoffs under the supervision of an RN or a doctor, depending on the room, you would then clear that section of your schooling and then move on to a ride time phase, which is about 200 to 300 hours, depending on skills, what you need. That would be either in a fire department or a private EMS under the preceptorship of a senior paramedic that would kind of walk you through how to do the job and shadow you and supervise that you're doing things appropriately. You do that for about 200 or 300 hours. You write up different documentation, basically learning how to do it out of the clinical set and then more of in the field set. After that, you would, whatever job you have at that point, you would do an additional practical assessment, again, about 6 or 7 different stages of evaluation for physical skills. Then you would do a written test, again, with the state. At that time, it was the state, Massachusetts, to certify you as a paramedic. Then after that, they have another 2 to 6 month preceptorship within the department to acclimate you to the physical location that you're working in.
And so there's a written portion and a practical portion to both the EMT as well as the paramedic training?
Yes, that's correct.
And you successfully completed that and received certifications in regard to both?
Yes.
And those certifications, are they something that is just sort of a one-time blessing, or is that something that has a continuing educational component and a recertification?
That's correct. So every 2 years, we have to do a 48-hour refresher. So it's continuing education classes as far as national core curriculum classes that the national standard holds us to. So it covers different topics that they mandate that we cover every 2 years.
And your certification is up to date at this point, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You mentioned that you're currently a lieutenant with the Lenihan Fire Department, is that correct?
Yes.
And how long have you been, have you had the rank of lieutenant?
I'm a temporary acting lieutenant, so I've been that since, I believe it was February, up till this time.
And within the town of Canton, how many fire station or firehouses do you have within Canton?
So we have 2 different stations, headquarters and Station 2, that we operate out of.
And do you work specifically in one, or does it sort of rotate between them?
Depends on the rank. So as a firefighter, we'd rotate through the different positions or different stations. As the lieutenant, I'm the lieutenant right now at Station 1, so headquarters.
And where is Station 1 located?
99 Revere Street.
And with respect to each of the 2 station houses, how many sort of different vehicles and apparatus are located in?
So we have, depends on what's obviously in service for mechanical issues and stuff, but we have a primary engine, a backup engine. We try to have at each station. We have 1 tanker truck, 2 ladder trucks. We have 2 primary ambulances and then a backup ambulance as well. So we try to have at least 1 engine, 1 ambulance, 1 ladder at each station, and then we'll have the backup pieces for that. And I believe our tanker truck right now, or our water truck, is out of Station 2.
And Station 2, where is that located?
7 Sassamon Street.
Now, as far as the sort of shift, how many people are assigned to, when you're assigned to, let me ask you this first. When you have a shift, what hours is that shift sort of concern?
So for shifting or shift work, it's 8 a.m. to 8 a.m. the next day. So we work 24-hour shifts. We'd have a 24 period off from work, another 24, and then we're off for 5 days.
And when you're assigned to a certain shift for that 24-hour period, are you assigned to sort of a specific duty or a truck, or how does that work?
We're usually just assigned to a specific position for either the 10-hour or the 14, depending on rotations, overtime, that kind of stuff. But we're usually assigned to an individual piece or individual position for that shift, at least, whether it's a day shift or the whole 24.
And so starting with just the ambulance, if you're assigned to the ambulance, how many people and what are the different roles in the ambulance?
So the ambulance, we would have 2 people assigned to the ambulance. We rotate either through seniority or through care level, whether paramedic, EMT. If you're both paramedics, then it would go by seniority and swap back and forth for call volume and teching, who's in charge of the call. And then we would also cross man with the ladder as well. So depending on the call that comes in for service, we would either, on a fire call, we could take the ladder, medical call, we could take the ambulance.
And with respect to the engine, how is that sort of divvied up, or what are the different roles on an engine?
So with the engine, if we have a full staff of 13 members, we would have 4 people on the engine. If there's a couple people off vacation, that type of thing, we could do, it's the driver, the step, and then the lieutenant in charge of the engine.
Now, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, into the evening of January 28th into the morning of January 29th, were you working on that occasion?
Yes.
Okay, you were working 8 a.m. on the 28th until 8 a.m. on the 29th, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And which firehouse were you working out of on that occasion?
I believe it was Station 1 at the time.
And what was your assignment in relation to that shift, whether it was ambulance, truck, or engine, whatever?
That would have been Ambulance 1.
And who, if anyone else, was assigned to Ambulance 1 along with you with that?
At the time, I was working with Matthew Leahy, not Leahy, sorry, Matthew Kelly. We have a lot of similar names.
And what, if any, disparity was there between sort of the experience that you had versus the experience that Mr. Kelly had at that time?
So Mr. Kelly had just started with the department at the BLS level at the EMTB, probably 2 or 3 months prior. I had just finished up his preceptorship, getting him onboarded as a new hire EMT, so very minimal experience at that time.
So fair to say any sort of medical calls, you would have been sort of what they call the lead paramedic, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, with reference to that particular time frame, 28, 29, what, if anything, were you aware of as far as sort of weather, forecast, that kind of thing?
So leading into that shift, I knew there was a storm coming, and I had always lived a good distance away from work. So I would try and tie overtime shifts in so I wouldn't have to commute more than once back and forth. But with the storm coming, wanted to not have to drive into the weather. So I picked up overtime the night before that shift.
And about what time did you arrive the night before?
The night before, I arrived at 6 p.m. 6 p.m. is the start of the shift.
And so you were essentially on shift for relatively significant period of time leading into the morning of the 29th, correct?
That's correct.
And you mentioned that there was a storm that was forecasted. What, if anything else, do you recall about sort of what type of storm or what was predicted?
Predicted it was going to be a pretty significant storm, heavy winds, heavy snow. Not something I wanted to drive in the morning. So if the opportunity arose, I took the overtime for that night.
What did it turn out to be as far as?
Exactly as predicted. We hadn't gotten much snow up until about midnight or so, and then snow developed since pretty much then on.
And in a moment, I'm going to ask you about a call around 6 a.m., but just if I could take you back a little bit before that, over sort of the overnight shift, did you have any dispatches or calls that you responded to, say, after midnight, but prior to 6 a.m.?
I don't believe so. I don't recall how many calls were prior to that. That one was kind of the key of the night.
So you mentioned sort of, what, if any, memory do you have as far as like sort of when it started to snow?
It would have been after 10 p.m. for sure, but I'm not sure exactly.
Now, turning your attention to a little bit after 6 a.m., you get a dispatch for a medical call, correct?
Correct.
And just prior to that, what about time did you sort of get up, rise, and sort of, start doing things around the station that day?
So shift change usually happens around 8 a.m. in the morning. It takes a while to get everything ready for normal business hours. We try and get the station prepped for public that come into the building or just people passing, going around. We try to prepare the sidewalks, the apron. So we get up around 5:30, if depending on call volume throughout the night. Sometimes we're up throughout the whole night. But we got up that morning around 5 to shovel, snow blow, salt the public walkways, that type of thing.
And specifically when it comes to the apron, that's sort of the area in front of the garage doors, is that correct?
That's correct.
And so why is it so important to sort of clear off the apron as far as snow is concerned?
So as far as in front of the apparatus doors, it's a very limited height clearance between the top of the fire apparatus and the actual garage bay doors. So a few inches of snow would be enough to cause us to bump into the ceiling of the apparatus garage doors. So we have to keep that relatively almost bare to be able to pull the apparatus out without causing any damage.
And about what time was it that that you and the other firefighters at your station started to sort of clear off, whether it be the parking lot, the apron, or anything else as far as snow?
I'd say about 5:15, 5:30.
And at the time that you get this call, shortly after 6 a.m., about how much snow was on the ground at that point, if you know?
It's probably 4 to 6 inches.
And this dispatch that comes in shortly after 6 a.m., what was the dispatch in regard to it, and where were you dispatched to?
So we didn't have much information going out the door, just that there was a man on the side of the road. And we knew, due to the weather, there could be a significant call. So
Before I leave and depart on that just for 1 second, when it comes to when you're outside sort of shoveling off the apron and clearing some of the parking lot, in addition to the snow, what, if anything else, did you note as far as sort of the weather conditions, visibility, things like that?
So visibility was extremely poor. High winds, probably 20, 30 mile an hour winds. Temperature probably in the 20s with still actively snowing at that time.
And the winds, to the best of your recollection, was this something that was just sort of a gust, or was it sort of persistent?
Sustained winds and then probably gusts as well.
And so you received this dispatch, and you, I'm presuming, get in the ambulance and go, correct?
Correct.
And who, if anyone, is in the ambulance with you when you respond?
So responding in, I had myself, Matthew Kelly, and firefighter Nuttall had come in early as well to try and beat the storm and get in on time, because he was scheduled to come in at 8 a.m. that morning anyways. But with the heavy snow, wanted to make sure he could get in and be able to relieve the people coming off.
And within the ambulance, where was everybody sort of situated on route to the call?
I believe Matthew Kelly was driving, I was in the passenger seat, and Nuttall was in the back of the truck.
And as far as during the course of your going from Station 1 to the scene on Fairview Road, what, if anything, did you note as far as sort of the road conditions, visibility as you were driving?
So that neighborhood is actually relatively close to the station, so you normally get there in a couple minutes, but it was slow driving over there. So I remember going pretty slow to get over to the scene.
And as far as this particular time of day, what was sort of the lighting like at that point? Had the sun come up or anything like that?
Sun had not come up yet. And it was still dark, heavy winds, heavy snow, so visibility was almost zero.
And as far as what any other sort of apparatuses from your station were dispatched to this call as well at the same time?
So the other call would have been, or the other vehicle would have been engine 3, and just engine 3. Car 5 will sometimes go. That's the shift commander for the department, depending on the nature of the call, how it comes in, and the ambulance. So it would have been the 3 apparatus.
And do you recall who, if anyone, was in either car 5 or the engine?
So car 5 would have been, at the time, Captain Wendell Robery. And the engine, it would have been Frank Walsh, Katie McLaughlin, and the lieutenant for the engine was Greg Woodbury.
And you mentioned it took a little bit longer than without the weather to get to Fairview. Is that correct?
That's correct.
If you have any idea approximately how much time elapsed between the time that you received the call and the time that you arrived on scene?
I'd have to refer to the EMS report. That is going to be more accurate, but I believe it was 5 or 6 minutes.
And to that point, with any call, there's an EMS report that's prepared by, who is it prepared by?
So it's usually the person who texts the call or is in charge of the call. This was an ALS level call, so it would have been myself.
So you wrote as far as the report in relation to EMS arrival, and within that is contained sort of different times that things happen along the way, correct?
Correct.
And the times that are noted within that report, is that something that's noted as it's happening, or is that something that you go back and figure out at a later time?
So as we're going through the call and radio messages are sent, that's all documented on a third party that documents timestamps, things like that. As far as on scene, transport, clear from the hospital, that type of thing. It's all third party documented.
Any approach to witness, Ron?
Yes.
showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 160. Specifically turning to the 7th page and asking you to direct your attention to the far right column. You see that portion of the report, sir?
Yes.
Okay. First and foremost, what I placed before you as Exhibit 160, that's your report, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And on that right column of the 7th page in view, what, if anything, do you see with regard to times?
So we have our dispatch time 6:06, en route time 6:07, on scene 6:14, at patient 6:15, and we are transported from that scene at 6:27 and arrived at destination at the hospital 6:45.
And that destination hospital would have been Good Samaritan Medical Center, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, if you could, going back to sort of your dispatch from Station House to Fairview Road, can you describe sort of the path as far as what direction, what route you took to go from one to the other?
Yep. So from Revere Street, we would have come out, taken a right onto Revere Street, gone to the end of that road, taken a left on Sherman, driven all the way up to Chapman Street, taken a right on Chapman Street, gone up to Fairview Street, and then taken a left on that. And that would have brought us down to the address.
And as you're coming down Fairview, are you familiar with that area?
Yes.
Okay. And so as you're coming down Fairview, is there any kind of grade or elevation to the roadway as you're coming down?
Yep. So that is a downhill towards about halfway down the road. So a pretty good grade that's coming downwards.
And the address that you responded to with 34 Fairview Road, when you're coming from the direction that you were coming off of Chapman, is that a residence that's on your left, your right, or something else?
That would have been on the left.
And when you arrive on scene, what, if any, other sort of vehicles or apparatuses do you observe beyond sort of what you've already described as
So we had the fire apparatus. There was another vehicle, bystander vehicle, that was on scene as well. I don't recall if police were on scene at that time, but.
And when you first sort of pull up to the scene, what, if anything, is it that you observe even prior to getting out of the truck or the ambulance?
So as we're pulling up to the scene, we see two female parties, non-uniformed personnel, that were going back and forth between the body and the side of the street and back and forth. Looked like appeared to be a female party that was pushing on his chest and then going back and forth between the other female party and the patient.
And again, so when you first sort of pull up, you're able to see the body on the ground. Is that correct?
It was, yes, you could see a body, but it was very hard to see that distance away.
And do you recall any sort of like overhead or ambient lighting, street lighting, or anything like that illuminating in that area?
I don't recall.
Now, this individual, as far as the person on the ground, at some point you were able to subsequently identify who that was. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Who did you identify?
So identification won't normally happen right at that bedside. That's not really relevant to initial treatment. We found out who it was when we got into the ambulance and were able to do a more thorough search once intervention had started.
So when you first arrive on scene, fair to say you're primarily or only sort of concerned with patient care, correct?
Yeah, correct.
To the point you sort of have tunnel vision to the patient, correct?
Yeah.
So you arrive on scene and you get out of the ambulance and where is it that you go?
So we then go grab all of the equipment that we're going to need to work on the patient, and then we bring that equipment over to the patient's side to be able to start treatment.
All right, Mr. Flatti, I'm going to stop you there. I want to stop you, Ms. Tallali. Jurors, that's it for today. We are not in session tomorrow. Remind you, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it. Let us know. We'll see you on Thursday morning, and Thursday will be a half day. Thank you very much.
All rise for the court, please. Follow me.
Well, that is unusual, and I guess will affect my plans somewhat. I didn't know that there was no court tomorrow. I don't really understand why. So, because I was expecting to go and spend some time there, and it's not celebrating the circus atmosphere, but just it's a memorable time to just experience the craziness of what's going on there. So I did want to go there. So maybe I'll be able to go Thursday. Why is it so light in here? But I didn't, let's see, I guess it's one of these lights is too light. Anyways, so I will be there today in Dedham from at 7 o'clock. I'll be going on at 6:30 to recap today's events. At 7 o'clock, defense attorney Kevin J. Mahoney, I'm really happy to have on because he's an elite defense attorney and he's had some really insightful theories about this case. And he's going to come on and discuss the case with me at 7 o'clock. And so have your questions ready. But if you missed that, please come back and check it out because, you can see the replay on these shows because he's going to have a lot of interesting ideas and things that, we don't really get to hear from a defense attorney too often, especially not an elite one. So it's really, really, it's a real privilege to have him on. So I'm really looking forward to it. So he'll be coming on about 7. And then at 8 o'clock, I have to go down to the Blue Ribbon Steakhouse where they've set up to do with Vinny to do the podcast there. And so I'll be there for that. They initially had me scheduled for 9. Now, I don't know if they don't have a replacement. Hopefully they'll still use me at 9 because I was really looking forward to meeting the attorney that's going on Wednesday tonight and tomorrow at 9. So they kind of downgraded me a little bit because when they found out that I wasn't an attorney. So, but I never claimed to be, but so that's their mistake. But anyways, maybe they'll still use me on the 9 o'clock show as well. Because as I always say, I'm not an attorney. I'm not the only, I say it a little bit more different than Grant might say it, but I enjoy doing the analysis from a legal perspective, though obviously I'm not a lawyer, but I do try to take a close, objective look at the evidence. So maybe if they don't find someone, they'll get me on there. I actually recommended they get Kevin Mahoney himself if he's available, but I don't know how that worked out. But thank you, Kathy, very much for the donation. Thank you, Maui Swift, for the membership donations. Lavish, man, thank you. That's really generous and more than I deserve, but thank you very much. I do appreciate it. And there's expenses that go with the channel, but anything that's left over, I'm looking to put into a project. I want to take a team out to Evansdale, Iowa, and we already have a good crew set up. It's just a matter of if we can probably have to set up a few $1,000s to be able to pay for everybody to get out there. So we'd like to do that. We think we can move the needle on a very important case where the killer is still out there. And we've done some very good digging already. And I think we can do more than move the needle, but I don't want to oversell it. But this to me is an important case because if I'm going to cover true crime, I want to make a difference. I want to be able to make a difference on some case that affects a real life. And so this one, I think, is something we could make a difference. So we have a team together. We have the film crew. We have a private detective. And I have a former federal law enforcement officer. Not Jen Coffindaffer, but she'd be welcome too. I'd never talked about the case with her. This is someone else. And Bill Noguera, who has been on death row for 40 years, but is really in many ways a genius and has a lot of insights. He's someone that we would be using on the phone, on location, calling him and sharing information and getting insights from him. And all of this makes it very possible that we might just go down the path of some real leads. And we already have some that we found online, and just applying logic, you know. Another case that I followed closely was the Delphi case, and that trial was scheduled for later this month too, trial of Richard Allen. And I didn't start looking into that case until it was 6 years old. I came up just based on rational deduction with a profile that remarkably fit Richard Allen. Now, maybe I got lucky, but he was arrested 3 weeks later, nothing to do with my profile, just coincidentally. But he ended up matching the profile perfectly, including I said that he was a father of a single child of a daughter who was, I said, of college age, maybe someone who had just left the house to go to college. It turns out he was a single father. He was not, he's married, as I predicted, in a stable relationship, has one child, and the child was a daughter, and she was leaving the house, like I said, but I had speculated on someone leaving high school to go to college, and in actuality, his daughter was a couple years older and had just got engaged 2 months before. So I'm still interested in trying to discuss that case, and I know Jen Coffindaffer does a lot of work in that case, so I think she has some different ideas, but maybe we could share some of that stuff. I even predicted, strangely enough, I did a video that I titled Antlers. This was a year and a half ago. And I predicted they would find some signs of antlers at the scene. And that evidence came out in September, and the killer took sticks to create artificial antlers around one of the girls' bodies. Now, my reason for making that prediction probably is not accurate. I mean, I would be shocked if we find out we won't know unless Richard Allen tells us. If I hit that one, I'm just going to be like, all right, I'm going to quit while I'm ahead. I'm never going to make a prediction again because it seems crazy to just keep getting those right. But anyways, I think we could make a difference just applying this. It's not some kind of there's nothing psychic about it. And it's not any kind of super insightful like Kojak or something like that, or Sherlock Holmes or something like that. It's nothing brilliant. It's just simple common logic that any of us can apply. And I also outlined a way that I think they could have caught the killer in Delphi within a week, 2 weeks. And I'd love to, someday I'm going to run it by Jen Coffindaffer and see what she thinks. Or even better, if we could actually get a homicide investigator on here. Because they had enough clues there to be able to solve this very quickly. And I don't understand why they didn't. But this goes to, there are a lot of flaws in law enforcement. It's a lot of great people. And I'm sure there's a lot of really good cops that are doing a lot of things really well. But in terms of thinking through logically and solving cases, I don't know. I think there's probably a lot of great cops that are great at doing that, but maybe they don't get listened to. They don't rise to positions of leadership or something. I don't know. It's something that we got to look at. But you do find a lot of bad police investigative work when you look at all these cases. And I apologize for the many cops that follow the show when I say that. I think they kind of say it too, though. Yeah, the wrong person's getting promoted, So we'll see. Anyways, what do I know? I'm just an old bartender, and I'm doing my best but I'm glad to have you guys here with me, because a lot of times you guys might have different ideas or correct me on things. And the idea is, if you don't have an echo chamber, if you have people of different opinions that are sincerely trying to come up with ideas, working together, you'll get better insights. So, and Jill also donated $5. Thank you very much, Jill. So for everybody here that watched today, thank you very much. I'm going to be traveling shortly to Dedham, and so I'll be back on the air at 6:30 from the hotel room, and then I'll be on at least at 8 on Court TV. So please check it out. Look forward to seeing you, and then I'll see you back again tomorrow. Oh, actually, there is no court tomorrow, so we'll be streaming again Thursday. But I'll probably do a show tomorrow, I would think, since I'm in Dedham. We'll find some good location relevant to the case, and we'll do a show there. Okay, guys, thank you very much, and I will see you